The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker. Pursuant to the order of the House.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., February 5th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Jerry L. Carl to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2024, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the minority and majority leaders from the morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognize between the parties with time equal allotted between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last night the Senate released a text of legislation that would do irreparable harm to our border security. By announcing a plan that permits thousands of illegal immigrants to enter the United States and creates new avenues for asylum, this is a bill that will only make our nation more dangerous. Incentivizing more illegal immigration will not address the crisis that has been created in border communities like Eagle Pass, Texas, or in major cities like New York, where schools have been forced to close in order to house undocumented migrants. Since Joe Biden took office, there have been more than 8 million illegal border crossings and 1.7 million known getaways that have evaded our Border Patrol agents. This massive surge has led to Border Patrol agents being forced to suspend vehicle inspections and patrols in order to handle the influx, leading to more opportunities for cartels to bring dangerous drugs like heroin, methamphetamine, and fentanyl into the United States. It is clear that these issues are not being addressed by Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas, and that his policies have contributed to a national security crisis. Despite clear evidence that his refusal to comply with the law has led to unprecedented levels of illegal immigration, Secretary Mayorkas has implemented a catch-and-release scheme, violating detention requirements and misusing parole authority. It's clear that the House must act to impeach Secretary Mayorkas and finally hold the Biden administration accountable for putting American lives at risk by allowing an open southern border. Thank you.
The Chair
Mr. Speaker, during his first year in office, President Biden canceled the Keystone XL pipeline, a decision that caused oil prices to rise and cost over 16,000 American jobs. This decision was only the beginning of a sustained attack on American energy producers that the Biden administration has continued to carry out each and every day. During his time in office, President Biden has ordered our Strategic Petroleum Reserve drained by over 40%. This reserve is meant to be used in case of a national security crisis, not to score cheap political points ahead of an election. It's time to stop playing politics with our nation's energy. This week, the House will vote on HRES 987, which condemns the harmful and anti-American energy policies that have become the hallmark of Joe Biden's presidency. It's time to put an end to the failed energy policies that have led to higher prices at the gas pump across the entire United States. And it is time for Joe Biden to focus on returning to American energy dominance instead of continuing to dismantle our energy infrastructure, an infrastructure that is so vital to the strength of America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I come to the floor today to talk about America's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and the #1 anti-poverty program for children. That program is Social Security, our nation's #1 insurance plan. And currently, it's under siege. Both Senator Wyden and President Biden have, I think, rightly said that what this amounts to is a buzzword for cuts to Social Security, a fiscal commission that's designed to have backroom meetings without hearings, unamendable, and yet bring to both floors of the House and Senate an up or down vote, put together by 16 people, 4 who have no vote, and 6 from the Senate, 6 from the House, only 7 votes required to pass a bill that goes directly to the floor for a vote. That is an abomination and derelict of duty on behalf of the House and the Senate, and I strongly oppose it. It's been 53 years since Congress has enhanced Social Security. These are your brothers and sisters, your family members, your neighbors, the people you go to church with. This money comes directly back to every single congressional district and your community and goes to help people. The average Social Security check is $18,000 for a male, $14,000 for a female, and there are 5 million of our fellow Americans who get below poverty level checks from the government, below poverty level checks, because Congress hasn't taken the responsibility. We have a plan to change that. We put our plan out on the floor. Contrast that with a behind closed door study. How about we do something for the American people like vote, Mr. Speaker? Vote on something that is essential to their livelihood. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, Social Security isn't just a pension plan. More veterans rely on Social Security disability than they do on the VA, and it's spousal and dependent coverage as well that we're providing. Even President Trump has gone so far as to criticize Nikki Haley and say, hey, listen, this idea of raising the age, which the Republican Study Committee calls for, is cutting benefits in Social Security. You listen to Donald Trump on everything else. Let us hope that you understand in what he's talking about here in terms of gutting Social Security and causing across-the-board cuts to a vital program that every single American needs. Mr. Speaker, there are also more than 28 million Americans who the only benefit that they have in retirement will be Social Security. It is an outrage that this body in the House and in the Senate have not taken up Social Security, both to improve its solvency and also to enhance its benefits. We have a program that does that, a 2% across-the-board increase for everyone, lifts 5 million Americans out of poverty who've paid into a system all their lives and get below poverty level checks from the government because of Congress inaction. It repeals WEP and GPO for teachers and firefighters and municipal employers. It will provide a tax break for more than 23 million Americans. And it does so by simply lifting the cap on people over $400,000. And what does that do? It pays for all of these benefits and also extends solvency well into the future. That's what we should be doing as a body. We don't need to study Social Security. We know what this program does. If you can honestly go home and look any fellow citizen in the eye and tell them that we don't need to improve Social Security, we need to study it, God bless you. But what we need here is a vote on Social Security 2100 to make sure that we're enhancing benefits for the citizens we're
Gentleman's time's up.
to serve. And I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to shed light on the ongoing war against American energy producers. The Biden administration recently announced a pause on all pending non-free trade agreement export permit applications for liquefied natural gas export projects. This policy will no doubt have a negative impact on job growth, economic development, and energy exploration, but it will also empower America's adversaries. By curtailing our energy dominance in the natural gas sector, we're making our economy and the world more dependent on countries like Russia and Iran for energy production. For obvious reasons, we should want to do everything within our power to hinder, not help, their cash flow. But this is more than a strategic failure. It's also contrary to the goal of reducing carbon emissions. We know that American natural gas is cleaner than that of many other producers, especially Russia. In fact, our natural gas is 41% cleaner. The benefit of exporting more, not less, energy would remove hundreds of tons of emissions from entering the atmosphere, and it would also pose an economic benefit here at home. This isn't a problem just for the natural gas industry. All of America's energy producers, putting aside the renewable sector, have taken negative regulatory hits from the Biden administration, and we've seen energy prices soar as a result. On the campaign trail in 2019, then-candidate Biden vowed to end fossil fuels. This helps explain why he killed the Keystone XL pipeline on his first day in office. It also explains why he went on to put a moratorium on new oil and gas leases on public lands and raised taxes by nearly $150 billion on oil and gas producers. For those who don't remember, this anti-energy agenda resulted in the President of the United States begging OPEC to increase their supply. It's important to note that we were not just energy independent during the Trump administration. Mr. Speaker, we were energy dominant and a net oil exporter. Gas prices averaged just $2.39 per gallon the day President Biden was inaugurated. Today, the average is $3.15. But let's not forget, as a direct result of this anti-American energy agenda, gas prices reached an all-time high of $5 per gallon in June of 2022. The President is also responsible for the largest ever drawdown from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve, 180 million barrels of oil over 6 months. Our reserve is supposed to be used for adverse events like weather or national security emergencies, not to combat bad policy and harmful regulations from a misguided White House. That reserve, which is now depleted by more than 40%, is at its lowest level since the early 1980s, when I was in high school. In addition to the pause on natural gas permits during his administration, the President announced he would no longer hold court-ordered offshore oil and gas lease sales in the Gulf of Mexico and Alaska. This assault on domestic energy producers destroys any incentive for investment, growth, and is going to continue to lead to price volatility at home and around the world. House Republicans see the pinch this causes working families, like the families in my home district in Tennessee, which is why one of the first things we did after taking the majority in 2023 was to pass H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act. H.R. 1 makes sense to most people. It's not radical or extreme. It would unleash American energy and get government out of the way by reforming our permitting system and removing red tape. It fosters more economic growth and job creation while lowering prices for American families. Yet this administration seems committed to doing the opposite. Since President Biden's inauguration, his administration has finalized 812 new regulations, costing the U.S. economy about $451 billion in compliance costs annually, and requiring 283 million hours of additional compliance paperwork by American workers. I continue to support an all-of-the-above energy approach to fueling our economy. In a time when prices are still hurting families and despots around the world are looking for our weak spots, we should be unleashing, not over-regulating and kneecapping the American energy production.
Gentleman's time's up.
Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moreland, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the 2023 Guam Business Magazine Executive of the Year, Mr. David Alcorn. In 1975, Dave Alcorn moved from Hawaii to Guam to help launch King's Restaurant. 10 years later, Alcorn and his wife, Lucy, bought the restaurant and became the owners of what is today one of the most successful local restaurant chains and food and beverage icon in Guam. After his success with King's, Dave and his wife incorporated Global Food Service, or GFS, in 2003 and began contracts with several entities, including the Department of Defense, the Guam Naval Hospital, and the Guam Department of Education. Today, GFS is one of the largest food service contractors in Guam and is responsible for nourishing thousands of Guamanians on a day-to-day basis. Over the years, through his leadership, GFS expanded to bring the national Ruby Tuesdays restaurant to Guam and opened Domino's Pizza inside the military installation. In Guam, cuisine is a large part of our culture, and Dave has the immense job of bringing people together through the shared act of breaking bread. Dave Alcorn's dedication, hard work, and determination are vital qualities that emphasize the entrepreneurial spirit on Guam and our nation. Guam is the embodiment of the American dream, and a display of these qualities, anyone can succeed. Dave is certainly living the American dream. On behalf of a proud island and nation, I send my sincerest congratulations to Mr. David Alcorn, his wife Lucy, and the staff and management of King's, and the many entities under Global Food Services for this momentous accomplishment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. LaLota, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sending federal dollars to New York City to pay for hotels and other free stuff for migrants will only make New York's migrant crisis worse. That is why I have authored the No Bailout for Sanctuary Cities Act. My common sense bill would provide that sanctuary jurisdictions like New York City that refuse to cooperate with federal law enforcement, such as ICE, are ineligible for federal funds intended to benefit such non-citizen aliens. Mr. Speaker, the migrants aren't coming to New York City for the warm weather or the Broadway shows. The reason that migrants are coming to New York City, 10,000 per month, is for the sanctuary laws and all of the free stuff. Free hotels, free clothing, and free health care. New York City Mayor Adams gives a heck of a lot of free stuff to migrants. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's not exactly free. It's all paid for by lawful citizens, hardworking taxpayers. And just a few days ago, Mr. Speaker, it was revealed that New York City is giving out $53 million worth of credit cards to migrants. New York City Democrats are literally incentivizing migrants to come to New York City and then feigning frustration when they do so. Worse, New York Governor Hochul is doubling down, offering $2.4 billion in her proposed budget to New York City to give more free stuff to migrants. All the while, she proposes to cut funding from 44 Long Island school districts. It's these backwards, wrong, and self-defeating policy choices which will only make the migrant crisis worse. If we as a country want to secure the border and have cities without migrant crises, we need to remove the incentives which are causing it. No more free stuff. And until New York repeals its short-sighted and self-defeating policies which incentivize New York's migrant crisis, it should not be entitled to federal funds for the migrant crisis its policies are creating. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Cisco Manani. Didn't mess it up too. Didn't mess it up too bad.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Cutter Papritz, a remarkable recipient of the Congressional Youth Award in our district. The Congressional Youth Award, established by Congress in 1979, stands as the highest honor conferred upon young individuals by the Senate and the House of Representatives. I was thrilled to honor Cutter for this award and the hard work that led to this recognition. Cutter has accumulated over 200 volunteer hours, including a noteworthy Eagle Scout project that involved constructing a brick plaza at a Continental Elementary School. Cutter has also invested significant time in training to become the kicker for Walden Grove High School, as well as organizing a 3-day trip to the Chiricahua National Monument. Growing up, Cutter started operating drones at the age of 11 and volunteering as a junior member of the Mount Lemmon Ski Patrol, having spent time cross-country skiing in Washington State. As a young adult, Cutter now aspires to enter the medical field and pursue a career in this field. I take immense pride in having outstanding individuals like Cutter and his family, who I got to spend a good amount of time with in our district, dedicated to enhancing the quality of life in Arizona 6. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and remember U.S. Air Force General Earl T. O'Laughlin, who passed away November 10th, 2023 at the age of 93 years old. General O'Laughlin was a distinguished 4-star general who commenced his military journey during the Cold War in 1951. An exceptional pilot, he navigated various aircraft, ranging from the B-29 to the KC-135. Over the course of his career, he covered up approximately 6,000 miles, including 224 combat hours. Beyond his military achievements, Earl was a devoted husband to Thelma Bentley, a loving father, brother, grandfather, great-grandfather, uncle, and a cherished friend. The general emphasized the mantra, "freedom isn't free," throughout his entire life. Among his numerous accolades are the Distinguished Service Medal, Legion of Merit, Distinguished Flying Cross, the Bronze Star Medal, Meritorious Service Medal, Air Medal, and Air Force Commendation Medal, adorned with 4 oak leaf clusters. In the hearts of the Tucson community and the residents of District 6, General O'Laughlin remains a true hero. We extend our gratitude for his dedicated service, and I am eternally thankful for his contributions. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? We pray to you, O Lord, to work among and within us as we seek to serve you this day. Open the closed doors of our hearts and encourage us to unlock all that bars us from discovering and receiving you in our lives and in this place. Open our ears that we would hear your voice calling us to serve you unequivocally. You have summoned us to this esteemed court of law that we would uphold your righteousness and render your justice. Open our minds that we would grasp the knowledge and insight you offer us. In the most disagreeable moments, you challenge us not only to be tolerant of others, but to be open to the truths you teach us through these encounters. Open our eyes that we will see the wonder of your love, the spiritual beauty that resides in the souls of those whom and with whom we serve. And in them may we bear witness to your everlasting faithfulness to all people and your eternal presence among even the least of these. Then open our hands that we may share the richness of the blessings you have bestowed on us. Deliver us from all selfishness and purge us from the meanness within us that desperately clings to your grace gifts without regard for your counsel, that we have been so blessed so as to be a blessing. All that we are and all that we have is yours, O Lord. This day, help us to be faithful stewards of your generous grace. In your merciful name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that in light of the resignation of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Higgins, the whole number of the House is 431.
Mr. Speaker, much better hands. Thank you.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on February 1st, 2024 at 3:45 p.m. that the Senate passed without amendment H.R. 1568. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 1A, 2A of House Resolution 12, the 118th Congress, the second order of the House of February 1st, 2023, and the order of the House of January 9th, 2023 of the following members to the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government.
Mr. Davidson of Ohio, Mr. Fry of South Carolina.
Leads. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to Section 1238B3 of the Floyd D. Spence National Defense Authorization Act of Fiscal Year 2001, 22 United States Code 7002 as amended, I am pleased to appoint the following individual to the United States-China Economic and Security Review Commission, Mr. Jonathan Nicholas Stivers of Falls Church, Virginia. Thank you for your attention to this appointment. Signed sincerely, Hakeem Jeffries, Democratic Leader.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to Section 1238B3 of the Floyd D. Spence National Defense Authorization Act of Fiscal Year 2001, 22 United States Code 7002, I am pleased to appoint the following member to the United States-China Economic and Security Review Commission on behalf of the Speaker, Mr. Leland Miller of Alexandria, Virginia. As previously agreed, because of the change in Congress and the presumed statutory intent of the Commission, I am appointing Mr. Miller on behalf of the Speaker. As such, I am pleased to make this appointment. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Signed sincerely, Hakeem Jeffries, Democratic Leader.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, Wednesday is National Girls and Women's Sports Day, a time to highlight House Republicans' efforts to protect women's right to compete against other athletes on an equal footing. Last April, Republicans passed the Women's and Girls in Sports Act of 2023. It makes clear that allowing a biological male to compete in a sport designated for women or girls is a violation of Title IX. The bill requires schools to only recognize a person's reproductive biological sex at birth when determining athletic eligibility. It's simple. If you were born a biological male, you compete against biological males. In fact, the vast majority of Tennesseans call that common sense. This weekend, my family and I attended a Lady Vols basketball game. It reminded me of how proud I am to fight to prevent them from ever having to compete unfairly against biological men. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to congratulate the Aledo Bearcats for their win over Smithson Valley Rangers with a score of 51-8 to become the UIL Class 5A state football champions. The Aledo Bearcats finished the season with a record of 16 wins and 0 losses. After a season of early mornings, long hours on the field, and staying focused in school, these young men showed dedication, strength, and an unwavering commitment to victory. I'm proud that all their hard work and dedication throughout the year has paid off. As some of the bright and talented men and women prepare for their next endeavors, I wish them the best of luck and blessings for an even brighter and more victorious future. Go Bearcats! In God we trust. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Hawaii is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member of the House Agriculture Committee, the impact of the fires on Maui and Hawaii Island were not lost on me. The USDA estimates that over $23 million were lost in revenue, crops, property, and livestock, with 8,350 acres of agricultural lands burned, millions in sales were lost, water and irrigation infrastructure destroyed, and everything from crops and cattle to machinery and fencing incinerated on that fateful day. In addition to the fires, the 80 miles per hour winds decimated some of Maui's oldest and most iconic crops. I walked, heartbroken, through Hashimoto's persimmon farm and saw most of the fruit that should have been part of a bumper crop year on the ground. Their branches turned and their leaves gone. The survival of these century-old trees are now in jeopardy. Even before the fires, Mr. Speaker, agriculture was a hard life in Hawaii. But if we truly want to build back better and stronger, agriculture must and will be a part of our island's future. From agroforestry techniques to help prevent fires, to rebuilding water infrastructure and helping our farmers, ranchers, and producers not just survive but thrive, we now have a chance to do better. Mahalo for this, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For patients with leukemia, doctors often prescribe Imbruvica. In 2021, Johnson & Johnson and AbbVie sold it for a combined $10 billion. Keytruda, a drug prescribed to cancer patients, netted Merck $20 billion. And Humira, a prescription drug for arthritis, allowed AbbVie to rake in $21 billion. This needs to stop. Big Pharma is putting profits over people. They have 3 times the lobbyists as members of Congress and have spent $370 million lobbying the Congress while making excessive profits on the backs of cancer families. That's why Senator Sanders and I have a bill to rein in prescription drug costs, and that's why I've said let's ban PACs and lobbyists. Americans shouldn't pay more than the average price of people in other countries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will come to order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules, on which a recorded vote of the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2882, the Udall Foundation Reauthorization Act of 2023 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2882, a bill to reauthorize the Morris K. Udall and Stuart L. Udall Trust Fund and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingell, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 2882, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 2882, the Udall Foundation Reauthorization Act, as amended, would reauthorize the Morris K. Udall and Stuart L. Udall Foundation through 2028. Congress passed the Morris K. Udall Scholarship and Excellence in National Environmental Policy Foundation Act in 1992, intending to provide scholarships and internship opportunities for Native Americans. This program continues today and brings Native American students into the halls of government, providing opportunities for them to pursue public policy and work on issues that directly address their own experiences. In 1998, Congress broadened the scope of the Udall Foundation and created the United States Institute for Environmental Conflict Resolution. In 2009, Congress amended the act to add former Secretary of the Interior Stuart Udall's name to the foundation. The Udall Foundation was last reauthorized in 2019. In that reauthorization, Congress renamed the United States Institute to the John S. McCain III National Center for Environmental Conflict Resolution. The Udall Foundation currently supports several programs that encourage research and study related to the environment, American Indian and Alaska Native healthcare issues, and tribal public policy concerns. H.R. 2882 reauthorizes the Udall Foundation through 2028. This reauthorization maintains currently authorized appropriations and has been amended to make interest income from the trust fund subject to appropriations. The bill also requires the Department of the Interior's Office of the Inspector General complete an audit of the Udall Foundation within 4 years of passage. Past audits highlighted areas where the Foundation was unable to strengthen processes within the Foundation. I thank the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Ciscomani, for his work on this bill, and I encourage adoption of the legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2882. This bill will reauthorize the Morris K. Udall and Stuart L. Udall Trust Fund. The Udall Foundation was established as an independent federal agency in 1992 by Congress in honor of Mo Udall's contributions to our nation's public lands and natural resources and his support for tribal self-determination. In 2009, Congress honored Stuart Udall in the name of the foundation alongside his brother. The Udall Foundation's impact is monumental in supporting the next generation of environmental and tribal policy leaders. From the John S. McCain National Center for Environmental Conflict Resolution to the Native Nations Institute for Leadership, Management, and Policy, the Foundation serves a critical role in shaping public policy. In addition, the Foundation supports several educational programs, such as the Parks and Focus program, fellowships, scholarships, and congressional internships. H.R. 2882 will ensure the Foundation remains an essential partner in tribal and environmental education. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, once again, this is important legislation to reauthorize the Udall Foundation to continue supporting Native American congressional interns, as well as the research and study that goes along with that. And it also, as I mentioned earlier, works with Native Alaskan healthcare issues and tribal public policy issues. This is a very important piece of legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for this time. We are prepared to close.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Ciscomani, the sponsor of the bill.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Westerman, my good friend, for yielding me the time to speak in support of my bill, H.R. 2882, the Udall Foundation Reauthorization Act of 2023. The Udall Foundation is a nonpartisan agency established by Congress in 1992, committed to the values of civility, integrity, and consensus, which are emblematic of how Mo Udall approached his 30 years of public service in this House. Emblematic of how Mo Udall approached the 30 years in this House. Since its creation, the Udall Foundation has done incredible work. They have awarded over 1,800 undergraduate scholarships to students pursuing careers in environmental public policy, tribal public policy, or Native healthcare. They have placed over 300 Native American and Alaska Native students in summer internships on Capitol Hill and with federal agencies. And they have conducted over 800 environmental collaboration and conflict resolution assessments, facilitated processes and trainings across all 50 states. My bill, H.R. 2882, extends the Udall Foundation's authority for 5 additional fiscal years through FY 2028. This reauthorization will allow the agency to promote public service through research, education, and service programs. Moreover, they will continue to foster leadership, education, collaboration, and conflict resolution in the areas of environment, public lands, Native nations, and natural resources. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this common sense bipartisan legislation. And with that, I yield my time.
Mr. Speaker, I again thank the gentleman from Arizona for sponsoring this important legislation. I am prepared to close, and I'll just say I urge adoption of the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2882? Those in favor, ended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purposes, gentlemen from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1727, the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal National Historic Park Commission Extension Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 297, H.R. 1727, a bill to amend the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal Development Act to extend the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal National Historical Park Commission.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1727, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I support the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal National Historic Park Commission Extension Act. This bill reauthorizes the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal National Historic Park Commission for 7 years beyond the Commission's current expiration date of September 2024. The Chesapeake and Ohio Canal National Historic Park, or C&O Canal, stretches over 184 miles from Georgetown in Washington, D.C. to Cumberland, Maryland. For nearly a century, the National Historic Park played a crucial role in the transportation of many agricultural products along the Potomac River. Today, the park offers numerous outdoor recreation opportunities while continuing to serve as a source of economic growth through tourism and employment opportunities. In 2021, the park attracted over 5 million visitors, supported 1,360 jobs, and generated $104 million in economic output in local gateway communities surrounding the park. The Parks Commission is comprised of 19 members who serve on a volunteer basis. By including the voices and unique perspective of various local stakeholders, the Commission provides a critical link between the National Park Service and local communities, with no cost to the American taxpayer. I support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1727, the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal National Historic Park Commission Extension Act, introduced by my colleague from Maryland, Representative Trone. Once a transportation route from Maryland to Washington, D.C., the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal National Historic Park now serves as an area full of recreational opportunities while maintaining the historical structures of the old transportation route. The park is comprised of 184 miles along the Potomac River, hosting over 5 million visitors annually. The bill before us would reauthorize the Parks Advisory Commission until 2031 to allow them to continue their leadership in working with their communities to enhance visitor experience and recreational opportunities. The Advisory Commission is key to ensuring that local communities have a voice in the operation, maintenance, and restoration of the park. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and continue to reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today and urge a yes vote on my bill, the C&O Canal National Historical Park Commission Extension Act. Running from D.C., Cumberland, Maryland, the park's 20,000 acres of land are home to history. George Washington himself spearheaded the efforts to navigate these waters and drive industry and then our newly formed republic. For nearly 100 years, the canal transported lumber, crops, and coal, crucial commerce for the many communities depending on it for their livelihoods. Now a national park, the C&O Canal is home to thousands of native species, over 100 of which are listed as rare and threatened or endangered by the state of Maryland, all of which must be fiercely protected. For more than 40 years, the Advisory Commission has served as a link between the surrounding communities and the National Park Service to manage and restore the park. The Commission has a proven track record of ensuring the growth and maintenance of the land, as well as protection of the plants and animals living within it. Every 10 years, Congress must reauthorize this commission for it to continue the vital work, which brings us here today. I'm proud to lead this effort with my dear friend, Senator Ben Cardin, to ensure Americans can enjoy, explore, and protect our park for generations to come. I'm honored to represent so many Marylanders who get to appreciate the beauty and the rich history of the C&O Canal every day. By reauthorizing the commission, we're showing that Congress values the investments in our nation's natural resources. I'd like to thank all the members of the C&O Canal region who supported this legislation. Representatives Beyer, Connolly, Holmes Norton, Mooney, Raskin, and Wexton, and the Natural Resource Committee Chair, Westerman, and Chairwoman Dingler for her support. Through the committee and their unanimous support, we appreciate it and urge a yes vote and yield back.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close and reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. We are prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is a common sense bill that promotes collaboration between federal agencies and local stakeholders. It achieves this without adding any burden on the American taxpayer. I urge adoption of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 1727 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground
recognized.
I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. For what purposes does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2997, the Convey Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 303, H.R. 2997, a bill to direct the Secretary of the Interior to convey to Mesa County, Colorado, certain federal land in Colorado and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on H.R. 2997, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I strongly support Representative Boebert's bill, the Clifton Opportunities Now for Vibrant Economic Yields Act, or the Convey Act. H.R. 2997 conveys land from the federal government to Mesa County in Colorado. As the House Committee on Natural Resources considers and ultimately passed this bill through our committee last year, it was clear Representative Boebert had done a good work to build consensus and solve an important issue in a local Colorado community. The bill is good policy. Representative Boebert worked with her constituents, county leaders, and the Bureau of Land Management to draft legislation they all support. Many of our western states are largely owned by the federal government. In Colorado, over 36% of the land is federally owned. In Mesa County, an astonishing 72% of the land is owned by the federal government, and this presents many local challenges. As communities grow in proximity to federal lands, there simply is not enough space for new homes, schools, hospitals, or other necessities to sustain a growing population. Large swaths of federal land limit the tax base to support the local community. While creative solutions have been enacted by Congress to address this issue, there are still setbacks to communities lacking a strong tax base. The growing population in this Colorado community has encouraged county leaders to seek out new land for development. The land in question is on the Bureau's disposal list, meaning the agency has determined it no longer wants to manage the land and the land does not serve the taxpayer's interest. While both the Bureau of Land Management and Mesa County are supportive of this land exchange, the process has continued to run into bureaucratic delays. Mesa County has been working for 5 years to acquire a mere 31 acres. Let me repeat that, 5 years to acquire 31 acres, all because of bureaucratic delays. We now need an act of Congress to speed up this process. This is evidence of a much larger problem. There should not be excessive delays preventing the conveyance of land when all parties agree this land will be put to more productive use outside of federal management and there is a willing buyer. The House Committee on Natural Resources will continue to conduct oversight on how we can expedite the process of disposing of unwanted federal land, especially land that could be better utilized to support small rural communities and their economies. While the committee continues its work to address the larger issue of federal land management, I want to applaud Representative Boebert for her leadership in addressing this important issue for her constituents. I support the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 2997 would authorize the Bureau of Land Management, or BLM, to convey 31 acres of federal land to Mesa County in Colorado. This parcel of land was once used by the Bureau of Reclamation for irrigation under the Grand Valley Reclamation Project. It has since been designated suitable for disposal by BLM, with agencies having started the withdrawal revocation process. Following the completion of this process, BLM will engage in a direct sale with Mesa County. The Convey Act is designed to facilitate and expedite the ongoing parcel conveyance process. Following the conveyance, Mesa County will use the land for economic development and growth opportunities in and around Clifton, Colorado. I would like to thank the majority for working with us to ensure that under this bill, Mesa County is responsible for paying for all the costs associated with the conveyance, as is typical in these types of transactions. I support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the author of the legislation, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert.
The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2997, My Clifton Opportunities Now for Vibrant Economic Yields, the Convey Act. This common sense bill directs the Secretary of Interior to convey 31.1 acres of land that the federal government no longer wishes to manage to Mesa County for economic development in Clifton, Colorado. Mesa County will purchase the land for fair market value. For over 5 years, Mesa County has been stuck in red tape as they have been diligently pursuing the acquisition of this parcel of land that is on the BLM disposal list. This land holds immense value for Mesa County as it presents a critical opportunity for economic development in Clifton, an area of the county that has struggled economically. I have worked closely with BLM, the committee, the Mesa County Commissioners to cut through the bureaucracy and expedite this process. The Principal Deputy Director of the Bureau of Land Management, Nada Wolf-Culver, said the BLM supports H.R. 2997, the Convey Act, and the direct sale of the parcel to Mesa County. The economic potential of this land will allow Mesa County to attract job creators and foster an environment that encourages economic prosperity for Clifton. Once Mesa County is able to secure the land, they will establish an economic development board to solicit input from local stakeholders. According to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, this bill will reduce federal spending. It also ensures the funds from this sale of this land will be deposited into the Federal Land Disposal Account established by the Federal Land Transaction Facilitation Act and retained by the Bureau of Land Management Colorado office. So the funds from the sale actually will be used in Colorado. More than 55% of Colorado's 3rd district and 73% of Mesa County's land area is federal land. As Mesa County continues to grow, the county is significantly limited in the land it has available to develop. These large federal footprints often stifle local communities that lack power and decision-making over the land in their own backyards for moving forward on important development opportunities. I am proud to empower local communities and jumpstart rural economies through innovative solutions that reduce our federal footprint and cut bureaucratic red tape that is stifling economic growth with the Convey Act. It's been a pleasure to work on this piece of legislation and offer this to Mesa County and see what they come up with their economic developments. I urge my colleagues to support this simple, straightforward bill. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to once again thank Representative Boebert for her hard work, leadership, and the effort she put into crafting this legislation. I urge the adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2997 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3415, the Pilot Butte Power Plant Conveyance Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 300, H.R. 3415, a bill to direct the Secretary of the Interior to convey to the Midvale Irrigation District the Pilot Butte Power Plant in the state of Wyoming and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingell, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 3415, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3415, sponsored by Congresswoman Hageman of Wyoming. This legislation would direct the Bureau of Reclamation to enter negotiations with the Midvale Irrigation District to transfer the Pilot Butte Power Plant to the district. Under current law, Reclamation holds title to the power plant and related facilities, and ownership of the power plant cannot be transferred unless authorized by Congress. This plant has not produced electricity since 2008, when Reclamation determined that increasing operation and maintenance costs made electricity generation at the plant economically infeasible. The district has expressed interest in taking ownership and rehabilitating and operating the power plant and related facilities to provide power to the district's water users. This legislation is the first step in achieving that goal. It would allow the Midvale Irrigation District to harness additional hydroelectric power resources, a carbon-free, reliable source of energy. At a time when good stewardship of taxpayer resources and access to reliable energy are at the forefront of so many debates in Washington, I'm proud that our committee had advanced legislation and that accomplishes both objectives. I thank Congresswoman Hageman for her leadership, and I urge adoption of this legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would authorize the Bureau of Reclamation to convey the title of Pilot Butte Power Plant in Wyoming to the Midvale Irrigation District. The transfer would follow negotiation of a mutually beneficial transfer agreement that must ensure full compliance with environmental laws and other applicable laws. Following a title transfer, the Irrigation District will explore opportunities to rehabilitate the facility for improved power generation. I'm pleased to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the bill's sponsor, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my bill, the Pilot Butte Power Plant Conveyance Act. This important legislation initiates the transfer of the Pilot Butte Power Plant from the Bureau of Reclamation to the Midvale Irrigation District. Specifically, the Pilot Butte Power Plant Conveyance Act requires the Bureau of Reclamation to enter good faith negotiations with the Midvale Irrigation District for the conveyance of the Pilot Butte Power Plant located in Pavilion, Wyoming. This is a critical step towards improving responsible resource management. Several months ago, we had the privilege of learning from Wyoming's Midvale Irrigation District on this important topic in a hearing in the Subcommittee of Water, Wildlife, and Fisheries. In this hearing, we learned from both Midvale and the Bureau that this conveyance will allow the district to more easily maintain and operate the plant after the title transfer. The message from each party involved in the conveyance was that this was a win-win for everyone involved. Transferring ownership of the power plant to Midvale will provide for greater flexibility and relieve administrative burdens for the Bureau of Reclamation. As we all know, local communities and entities are often better equipped to understand the unique needs and challenges of their communities. Placing control of the hydro plant in the hands of Midvale Irrigation District will empower them to make decisions that directly impact their region. This conveyance promotes a sense of ownership and accountability that will lead to more efficient operations and responsive governance. This transfer will have positive economic benefits. Hydroelectric plants have the potential to generate substantial revenue. By allowing Midvale to control these resources, they can reinvest profits into the community, and this will ultimately mean improved infrastructure and more support for local businesses. The economic ripple effect can be profound and positively impact the lives of those living in the district. Moreover, it is important to note that Midvale is intimately familiar with the intricacies of water management and distribution in their area. Updating and repairing this hydro plant will expand the state's portfolio, allowing for a more holistic approach to resource management. This will help Wyoming to optimize water usage, balancing the needs of agriculture, industry, and the environment more effectively. We have an obvious need to increase the amount of water stored through surface infrastructure and groundwater storage projects. This particular conveyance will allow us to more effectively manage our water and provide power to our communities. Additionally, environmental stewardship is a critical consideration. Wyomingites are more attuned to the ecological nuances of their surroundings. By placing the hydro plant under local control, we increase the practice of responsible environmental practices. And this includes measures to protect aquatic life, maintain water quality, and ensure the responsible operation of the plant without compromising our ecosystem. The Pilot Butte Power Plant Conveyance Act will empower Wyoming communities, boost Wyoming's economy, enhance resource management, and promote responsible environmental practices. It is a decision that reflects the values of decentralization, self-determination, and self-reliance. I want to thank Senator Barrasso and Senator Lummis for their leadership on this issue on the Senate side, and Midvale Irrigation District Manager Steve Lynn, who was critical in elevating this issue and the solution we have before us this evening. I urge all my colleagues to support this bill, and with that I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the principle of cooperative federalism means that decisions are made at the appropriate level of government, at the federal, state, and local levels. H.R. 3415 embodies this principle by transferring control of the Pilot Butte Power Plant to the Midvale Irrigation District, putting local project beneficiaries in charge of resource management, harnessing additional hydroelectric power resources, and ultimately lowering cost. I once again want to thank Congresswoman Hageman for her leadership. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3415 as amended? Those in favor say aye. 3415. Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3415? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker,
for what purposes does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. For what purposes does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4051, the Shark Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 301, H.R. 4051, a bill to direct the Secretary of Commerce to establish a task force regarding shark depredation and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingell, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend the remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 4051, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 4051, sponsored by my friend and colleague, Congressman Rob Whitman of Virginia. Concerns over shark depredation are increasingly common, from fishermen in the Florida Keys and throughout the Gulf of Mexico whose prize snapper or grouper catch was eaten by a shark, to charter boat captains in North Carolina's Outer Banks fishing offshore. Shark interactions can be frustrating for anglers as they result in loss of catch, damaged gear, and degraded fishing experiences, and may also impact the post-release survival of target fish. While the number of reports of depredation have increased, the underlying cause of the increase remains uncertain. It could be due to an increase in the number of sharks as stocks rebuild, or learned behavior by sharks as they recognize motors, fishing techniques, or shark feeding locations as a source of food. We simply do not have enough information. To make matters worse, shark depredation touches on many federal and state jurisdictions, but because no single entity has the responsibility to address it, very little is being done. H.R. 4051 would require the Secretary of Commerce to establish a task force to address shark depredation. The task force membership would include representatives from regional fishery management councils, the Marine Fisheries Commissions, the state fish and wildlife agencies from the states within the regional fishery management councils, NOAA, and shark experts from the Fisheries Service and non-federal experts. During committee consideration of this legislation, the minority worked closely with 2 of the bill's sponsors, Mr. Whitman and Mr. Graves, to make modest changes by including more engagement with the scientific community engaged in shark research and clarifying that the findings and work done by the task force do not impact the Secretary of Commerce's responsibilities under the Endangered Species Act or the Magnuson-Stevens Act. The legislation will help the federal government further understand, identify, and address critical needs as they relate to shark depredation. I applaud Mr. Whitman for his work on this bill. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 4051, the Shark Act, would establish a new task force led by the National Marine Fisheries Service to identify shark conservation needs and depredation research. Sharks are critical to healthy ocean ecosystems. As the apex predators of the ocean, they help shape marine food webs and are a key indicator of ocean health. Many shark species are, unfortunately, also threatened or endangered. Oceanic sharks and rays have declined by 71% since 1970, and 3/4 of these wide-ranging species are threatened. While some shark populations are recovering, scientists predict that nearly 100 million sharks are still killed each year, and current levels of fishing pressure will cause the majority of shark populations to continue declining. According to the IUCN, half of the coastal sharks and rays are threatened with extinction, primarily due to overfishing. A fundamental lack of understanding of shark biology and ecological importance, combined with fear, was partially responsible for dramatic increases in the recreational harvest of sharks in the United States in the 1970s and the 1980s. Any effort to address shark depredation, therefore, needs to be considered in light of recovering shark populations and the threats that sharks face from heightened fishing pressure and climate change. Through the committee process, we've been able to significantly improve this legislation. However, I recognize there are still some legitimate concerns about whether this legislation goes far enough to ensure good outcomes for shark populations and isn't a slippery slope towards increasing shark harvests. I am grateful that the majority worked with us to amend the original bill text, ensuring that the focus is placed on changing angler behavior and managing expectations, as well as building out the scientific understanding of shark ecology and the impacts of climate change on predators and prey in the ocean. Recently, Australian researchers found that the use of non-lethal deterrents and simple changes in angler behavior are proven to reduce the probability of sharks taking fish by 65%. NOAA has funded similar studies in the United States, but admitted in the legislative hearing on this bill that depredation research is complex and requires sustained investment due to the high intelligence and adaptability of sharks. Notably, this bill doesn't include funding. Without it, NOAA will be unable to fund much more than what they are currently doing to address shark conservation and depredation. I hope my colleagues who support this bill will also work with us to ensure robust funding for shark conservation priorities, like increased shark stock assessments. This bill should promote greater collaboration between the fishing community and shark researchers to reduce risk to sharks and humans from the depredation events and build out our understanding of the importance of sharks and how to conserve them. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the bill's sponsor, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record this letter of support for the Shark Act signed by 123 companies and organizations, including the American Sport Fishing Association.
Without objection.
I rise today to urge support of my bill, H.R. 4051, the Supporting the Health of Aquatic Systems Through Research, Knowledge, and Enhanced Dialogue Act, also known as the Shark Act. Picture this. A charter boat fisherman takes a group of excited anglers 90 miles off the coast in hopes of reeling in a yellowfin tuna, a snapper, or a grouper, or even inshore, reeling in a tarpon. One of the individuals hooks the first fish and starts to fight to reel it in. However, before the fish ever gets to the boat, sharks have completely consumed the fish, all the way up to the gill plates. This phenomenon is called depredation, which occurs when sharks interfere with fishing activities. Shark depredation is accepted as a natural part of fishing, but it has become more widespread issue in our waters and has increased rapidly in recent years. During the House Natural Resources Committee hearing for the Shark Act, we heard from experts discussing the impact of this phenomenon. According to the American Sport Fishing Association, 52.4 million people went fishing in the United States, supporting 826,000 jobs and contributing $129 billion to the economy. The American Sport Fishing Association also found that 87% of charter guides surveyed said they experienced depredation with clients, resulting in negative impacts on their businesses. Anglers are losing their catch and tackle to sharks at alarming rates, and they are understandably becoming increasingly frustrated by it. I introduced the Shark Act to study this issue, evaluate how we can improve sport fishing conditions for anglers while protecting sharks. This bill establishes a fisheries management task force to focus on identifying research opportunities, recommending management strategies, and developing educational materials for fishermen. This legislation will help fishermen understand which species of sharks have higher rates of depredation and where you are most likely to run into that species. It will serve first as a major step in improving communication and coordination among fisheries managers in addressing shark depredation nationwide. Mr. Speaker, thanks so much. I look forward to passing this bill through the committee and further consideration of the floor, which is where we are today. It's been a great process, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields?
Yields. Yeah.
I reserve the balance.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. We are prepared to close.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Sorry, I was reserving.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I've experienced what Mr. Whitman was talking about. You know, excited to be reeling in a fish, and you get to the boat and you maybe have a couple of lips and an eyeball and part of a gill. That's all that's left. And I don't get to fish offshore that much, but I can tell you it can be disappointing, and it's why this is important to do this research. I appreciate the gentleman bringing the bill before us, and I now yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, who's quite the fisherman himself, Mr. Graves.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, nothing ruins a great day like the tax man. Nothing ruins a great day like the tax man. And I'm not talking about the IRS. I'm talking about when you're out there fishing and you have this big shark that just comes up and takes your catch. And look, you have great fishermen like Mr. Whitman, Mr. Westerman. Maybe it's not a big deal. Your next cast, you're just going to catch another one. But you have people that don't know what they're doing, like Mr. Joyce. That's a whole nother thing. You just ruined his day. And so what happens is Mr. Whitman clearly laid out, is you'll be out there and you may be on red snapper, you may be out there on some mangrove, and you're just catching fish. And look, that's dinner. This is an amazing experience. And as Mr. Whitman noted, this is about economic activity all across the coastal United States. But one of the biggest gaps, one of the biggest voids in our ability to properly manage fisheries is knowing more, knowing better about the impact of this apex predator, the shark. I want to be very clear. This bill is not about culling species. It's not about killing sharks. What it's about is simply ensuring that we have the right data, that we have the right understanding to be able to properly manage fisheries and to be able to ensure we can promote avoidance techniques to prevent this depredation from occurring. And so I want to thank the gentleman from Virginia who's an expert in this field, Mr. Whitman. I want to thank Mr. Soto and Mr. Vesey, some of the co-sponsors on this legislation. But this is all about improving the accuracy of fish management. It benefits recreational fisheries, it benefits commercial fisheries, and most important, Mr. Speaker, is it benefits the sustainable fisheries, the sustainable stocks of some of these important areas like the Atlantic, the Pacific, the Gulf of Mexico, and other areas. And I want to thank my friend from Virginia for his hard work on this legislation. I want to thank Chairman Westerman for working with us and some of the great staff on his team, Vivian and Sandra. I want to thank Jester on our staff as well as Rachel on Ranking Member Grijalva's staff for their work in coming together to make sure that we've got the right balance here. This is all about ensuring that for generations to come, that our children, our grandchildren can enjoy the same experiences that we have for many, many years. With that, I urge support of the legislation and yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. We are prepared to close.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. and I yield back the balance of our time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure living in Florida, you've probably stood on the edge of a boat and asked that question, why? Why did a shark eat my fish? What was it that motivated? Is it because there's too many sharks? Is it something I did? But it leaves you with this empty feeling. And this legislation is here to answer that question. It's simple legislation. It creates a task force that will be responsible for improving coordination and communication across the fisheries management community on shark depredation, as well as identifying research priorities and funding opportunities. I again commend Congressman Whitman for his tireless work on fisheries issues and for his work on this bipartisan legislation. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4051 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4385, the Drought Preparedness Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 298, H.R. 4385, a bill to extend authorization of the Reclamation States Emergency Drought Relief Act of 1991.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingell, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members will have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 4385, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 4385, sponsored by Congressman Neguse of Colorado. This legislation extends authorities granted to the Bureau of Reclamation under the Reclamation States Emergency Drought Relief Act, which provided reclamation emergency authorities to make water available for users outside of a project's area, offer loans to water users to build drought mitigation infrastructure, and make water available for fish and wildlife restoration efforts, among others. Since 1992, when this legislation was enacted, Reclamation has relied on these authorities to assist communities across the 17 reclamation states and territories to effectively manage water resources and mitigate impacts posed by droughts and natural disasters. As the Western United States responds to drought events, and with the cost of these events posing ever greater financial burdens, it is critical that Reclamation can continue to utilize these important authorities to pursue its vital mission, helping to support local economies and ensuring access to water resources. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 4385, introduced by my colleague from Colorado, Representative Neguse. Over the past several years, we have seen higher temperatures, with 2023 having been the hottest year on record, and reduced precipitation, snowpack, and stream flow due to climate change. As ongoing impacts of climate change intensify, it is imperative we advance policies that would enhance climate resilience, restoration, and conservation, particularly when it comes to the quality and quantity of our available water resources. The Drought Preparedness Act helps to do just that by reauthorizing a key program to support the development of drought contingency plans and mitigate climate-related drought impacts, including emergency response for communities grappling with water shortages for human health and safety needs. I urge the swift passage of this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my distinguished colleague and friend from Michigan, Representative Dingell. And I also want to thank Chairman Westerman for his leadership and Ranking Member Grijalva for their support of this bill, my bill, the Drought Preparedness Act, and being willing to consider it through the Natural Resources Committee and to help us bring it to the floor today. And finally, I want to thank my colleague, Representative Ciscomani, who co-chairs the Colorado River Caucus with me here in the United States Congress and is a co-lead of this particular bill. As has been mentioned, throughout the West and certainly in my home state of Colorado, we have seen continuing drought conditions threaten the lives and the livelihoods of so many of our communities. These ongoing drought conditions are shrinking the region's many water lifelines. I will just say, as someone who represents the 2nd Congressional District of Colorado and has the privilege of representing the headwaters of the Colorado River, we know in my district and our communities know just firsthand how important that critical water supply is for our state. That is why that we joined, or rather created and formed the Bipartisan Colorado River Caucus, a forum for members located in Colorado River Basin states to discuss the various issues facing the Colorado River Upper Basin and Lower Basin states. As the Bureau of Reclamation states, tribes, and stakeholders is working towards long-term solutions, it is necessary that we continue to provide states and agency partners with every tool possible to mitigate its impacts. And that's exactly what this bill does, as Representative Dingell and Chairman Westerman both articulated. The authorities that the Bureau has used in the past include drought contingency planning, resiliency projects, and emergency response actions. It's critical that we empower the Bureau to be able to utilize these tools into the future. The Bureau of Reclamation testified during the legislative hearing on this particular bill as to just how important these tools are and how critical it is for the Congress to ensure that they continue. So I am excited that this bill passed unanimously out of the House Natural Resources Committee and has strong bipartisan support. I would urge my colleagues to support it here on the floor so we can get this across the finish line, and to support Colorado and states across the Rocky Mountain West and the 17 Bureau of Reclamation states as we continue to deal with this crisis. And I thank the Speaker. I yield the balance of my time.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. We are prepared to close.
The gentlewoman reserves. A gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
I continue to reserve, but Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, when President George H.W. Bush signed the Reclamation States Emergency Drought Relief Act of 1991, he said that the legislation would help us serve as good neighbors in times of need. The Drought Preparedness Act reauthorizes vital authorities that the Bureau of Reclamation has relied on for more than 3 decades to do just that: help communities respond and to prepare for droughts, ensure effective management of water resources, and encourage fish and wildlife restoration efforts. These efforts are critically important. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4385? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the Chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion is to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5009, the Wild Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 299, H.R. 5009, a bill to reauthorize wildlife habitat and conservation programs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingell, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 5009, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5009, sponsored by my friend and colleague, Congressman Dave Joyce of Ohio. The programs this bill reauthorizes are decades old and have had proven results. This bipartisan piece of legislation will continue our long-standing efforts to promote responsible conservation efforts in the country and internationally. First, H.R. 5009 authorizes the Partners for Fish and Wildlife program, which allows the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to partner with private landowners to conserve habitat for at-risk species on private lands. Over the past 35 years, the Partners program has helped around 30,000 landowners complete more than 50,000 habitat restoration projects, totaling more than 6.4 million acres of fish and wildlife habitat. In February 2023, the service reported that 2/3 of federally listed species have at least some habitat on private land, and some species have most of their remaining habitat on private land. Voluntary, collaborative conservation efforts like the Partners Program help to empower private landowners to aid these species. Lastly, this bill reauthorizes the programs that make up the multinational species conservation funds. These programs provide grant funding to conserve some of the world's most iconic species, such as elephants, lions, tigers, rhinos, and great apes. Since their inception, these programs have provided over $92.5 million in grants and cooperative agreements for conservation projects in 54 countries while leveraging $200 million in private matching contributions. These grants and cooperative agreements are vital to reducing illegal trafficking and poaching, decreasing conflict with humans, and improving habitat for these iconic species. I applaud Mr. Joyce for his work on this bill. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I reserve the balance of time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to be the co-lead of H.R. 5009, the WILD Act. I want to start by thanking my partner, Representative Joyce, for his hard work on this bipartisan bill. The WILD Act would reauthorize and amend several wildlife conservation laws, making it easier to support long-term conservation in the United States and abroad. The multinational species conservation funds, which are managed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, support 5 programs that help conserve iconic wildlife species, including elephants, rhinos, tigers, great apes, and turtles. Grants awarded through these programs can be used to secure additional matching funds, increasing the impact of U.S. dollars. Awards made through these funds support synchronized aerial surveys, increasing habitat connectivity, reducing poaching and wildlife crime, community engagement activities, and breeding and reintroduction programs. The Wildlife Act also would reauthorize the Partners for Fish and Wildlife program, which supports habitat restoration efforts across the United States and territories. The Partners for Fish and Wildlife program within the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service employs biologists who work with private landowners to help them conserve and improve wildlife habitat. Program staff provide free technical and financial assistance to plan, design, supervise, and monitor customized habitat restoration projects, ranging in size from a few acres to hundreds of thousands of acres. The Partners for Fish and Wildlife program is an important component of our nation's collaborative conservation efforts for endangered and threatened species. The WILD Act is a bipartisan win for conservation. I urge a yes vote, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the bill's sponsor, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I say you look quite dapper today. And I was wondering whether or not I would have the opportunity to strike some comments that were made earlier by Mr. Graves about my fishing ability, because I don't think that's relevant to this discourse. But I proceed. I rise today to encourage support for Wildlife Innovation and Longevity Driver Reauthorization Act, also known as the WILD Act. Like many in Northeast Ohio, some of my fondest memories are from growing up connected to the Great Lakes, especially in the wildlife area. However, our nation's wildlife and habitats are facing unprecedented challenges. As members of Congress, it is our responsibility to protect and preserve these habitats for future generations. By reauthorizing the Partners for Fish and Wildlife Program and the Multinational Species Conservation Fund, this critical legislation will not only safeguard the diverse ecosystems of our 50 states and territories, but also ensure the preservation of some of the world's most iconic species. From the elephants in Africa to the turtles in Lake Erie, we must do everything we can to protect our world's rich biodiversity. For decades, these programs have garnered bipartisan support and have proven to deliver tangible results. Common sense, community-centered conservation efforts like these help restore habitats and endangered species and wildlife, and lift up economies and make communities more secure. Therefore, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in supporting the WILD Act. I also want to thank my colleague, my dear friend, Michigan Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, for her support on this bill and for leading the bipartisan efforts with me. Together we can ensure that our children and grandchildren will inherit a world rich in wildlife, abundant in natural wonders. This time to act is now for the sake of our planet and all who call it home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to strongly support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I consider myself a conservationist. The Partners for Fish and Wildlife Program has long been a critical tool to help advance collaborative conservation on private lands, and the multinational species conservation funds have been essential to conserving some of the world's most iconic species, as we discussed. I again applaud Congressman Joyce's bipartisan efforts on this legislation that will continue our long-standing efforts to promote responsible conservation efforts in the country and internationally. I urge my colleagues to support it and yield back the balance of my time.
And yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5009? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1240, the Winnebago Land Transfer Act of 2023, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 302, H.R. 1240. A bill to transfer administrative jurisdiction of certain federal lands from the Army Corps of Engineers to the Bureau of Indian Affairs to take such lands into trust for the Winnebago Tribe of Nebraska and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingell, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1240, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 1240, the Winnebago Land Transfer Act of 2023, would place approximately 1,600 acres of land into trust for the Winnebago Tribe of Nebraska. The Winnebago Tribe of Nebraska is one of the federally recognized tribes of the Ho-Chunk people. Their reservation encompasses approximately 117,000 acres of land located in Thurston and Dixon counties in Nebraska and Woodbury County in Iowa. The treaties of 1865 and 1874 between the tribe and the U.S. government established the land that is now known as the Winnebago Tribe's Reservation. In 1970, the Corps of Engineers condemned tracts of land on the eastern boundary of the Winnebago Reservation in Nebraska and Iowa through eminent domain for the use of the Snyder-Winnebago Oxbow Lake Recreation Complex project. The tribe challenged this taking in federal court. In Nebraska, the district court ruled in favor of the tribe and the parcels in the state were returned. That was not the case in Iowa. A failure to properly preserve a right of appeal meant that the Eighth Circuit could not return the land to the tribe through a court order, even though they won their case. The land would have to be returned to the tribe through an act of Congress. H.R. 1240 would right the wrong that occurred in 1970 by returning the land and placing it into trust. An additional 60-acre tract that was condemned by the Army Corps of Engineers would also be placed into trust, as it would be landlocked by the main parcels being placed into trust. The land is currently woodland and marsh and has recreational hunting and fishing values. The tribe testified they intend to manage the land under the Winnebago Wildlife and Parks Department and plan to make few, if any, changes to the conservation measures currently in place. Under this legislation, the land would be ineligible for gaming under the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. I want to thank the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra, for his work on this bill and encourage adoption of the legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1240, the Winnebago Land Transfer Act of 2023, introduced by my colleague from Iowa, Representative Feenstra. This bill would return 2 tracts of land acquired through eminent domain by the Army Corps of Engineers back into the trust for the Winnebago Tribe of Nebraska. In 1865, the Winnebago Tribe and the United States signed a treaty promising the tribe their reservation in Nebraska along the Missouri River for the cession of their Dakota lands. The United States violated this treaty in the 1970s when the U.S. Corps of Engineers acquired land from the reservation for flood control by invoking eminent domain without congressional approval or approval of the Secretary of the Interior. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Eighth Circuit has since held that the Army Corps of Engineers lacked the authority to exercise eminent domain over trust lands. Despite the court's decision, the land has never been returned to the tribe and remains in possession of the Army Corps of Engineers. H.R. 1240 seeks to rectify this wrong by returning and reintegrating the land into the Winnebago Tribe's reservation. I urge my colleagues to right this wrong and vote yes, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the bill's sponsor, the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra.
The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Chairman Westerman for bringing this important bill to the floor. The Winnebago Reservation was established by 2 treaties in 1865 and 1874 and has been the home to the Winnebago tribe ever since. In 1975, more than 100 years later, the Army Corps of Engineers took 2 small pieces of land within the Missouri River away from the Winnebago tribe. Since then, the federal government has ignored the land and has not made any plans to develop it. The bill would make these things right by returning the land that was taken by the Army Corps of Engineers and give it back to the Winnebago tribe. During this process, I have gotten to know many of the people of the Winnebago tribe. I have learned about their great work and the things they do in agriculture, business, and community development. It's wonderful to see that several of them in our gallery today. Thank you so much for coming. This is so important to them and for our land. From my conversations with them, the Winnebago tribe plans to use this land for conservation that will be open to the public, and I'm excited to see their plans and how they will improve this land. I am proud to lead this effort in the House, and I encourage my colleagues to support this important bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me time, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close, and I continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, so I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, strongly urge them, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as has been stated, the Winnebago tribe has been working for more than 50 years to have these approximately 1,600 acres restored to the reservation. I'm hopeful that in this Congress, we can finally get it done. I again want to thank Congressman Feenstra and the Winnebago Tribe of Nebraska for their hard work in this legislation. I urge adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1240 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes, gentlemen from Michigan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 443.
The clerk.
Union Calendar Number 290, H.R. 443. A bill to direct the Secretary of Labor to train certain employees of the Department of Labor how to effectively detect and assist law enforcement in preventing human trafficking during the course of their official duties and for other purposes.
Does the gentleman from Michigan need to call up the bill as amended?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members, yes, call up the bill as amended.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, and the gentleman from the Northern Mariana Islands, Mr. Sablan, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 443.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume, Mr. Speaker. Trafficking is modern-day slavery, period. Trafficking goes against our country's founding values of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So it is all the more heartbreaking and frustrating to know this crime is happening in our own country. According to the Polaris Institute, experts believe that worldwide labor trafficking, the illegal exploitation of an individual for commercial gain, is more common than sex trafficking. This grotesque form of servitude knows no geographical limits. From the Mariana Islands to my home state of Michigan, cases of trafficking can happen anywhere to anyone. Victims of labor trafficking can be young children, teenagers, or adult men and women. While a lot of work has been done over the years to raise awareness about this terrible crime, sadly, events over the past year have demonstrated that more measures are necessary. Statistics from the Justice Department indicate human trafficking in the United States is on the rise. This is unfortunate, but not surprising given the lawlessness at our southern border. As one columnist put it, and I quote, "The absence of border security in conjunction with non-existent interior enforcement has made the U.S. a fertile breeding ground for human trafficking," end quote. The Biden administration's open border policies have led to more than 450,000 unaccompanied alien children crossing the southwest border on Secretary Mayorkas's watch. Given this surge, the Department of Health and Human Services, under guidance from the administration, lowered the standards for sponsors to take these unaccompanied children. Simply put, HHS knowingly transferred these children to the possession of others who were not their parents without ensuring that the child was healthy or that the transfer was necessary. The result? 85,000 children can't be found. And there have been reports of sponsors having 20 of these children in one home, being used for forced labor. Mr. Speaker, this breakdown in federal agencies' ability to keep children out of harm's way underscores the need to ensure that federal officials are properly educated in the signs of human trafficking. While I'm sure there is more work to be done at other federal agencies, the Committee on Education and Workforce has jurisdiction over the Department of Labor, specifically Wage and Hour Division and Occupational Safety and Health Administration employees through the course of inspecting workplace safety and labor law compliance within the United States. These employees often have a frontline opportunity to identify patterns of forced labor. Providing these employees with the proper education on how to detect and respond to the signs of human trafficking is an important part of the larger, comprehensive effort to eradicate this unthinkable crime. Specifically, H.R. 443 would direct the Department of Labor to educate appropriate staff on how to effectively detect instances of human trafficking, ensure personnel regularly received information on current trends and best practices, allow flexible education options, including in-class and virtual learning options, establish a clear course of action for referring suspected instances of human trafficking to law enforcement, and require a report to Congress on the implementation of the education and the processes used by the Department to measure and track its agencies and law enforcement's responses to human trafficking. An earlier version of this bill passed the House unanimously in 2017, and this bill passed the Education and Workforce Committee by a vote of 42-0. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 443 so we can give folks on the front lines of identifying labor trafficking the tools to stop it. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from the Northern Mariana Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to claim time in opposition to the legislation, although I am not opposed.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 443, a bill to assist the United States Department of Labor in identifying and preventing cases of human trafficking. I want to thank Representative Walberg for his leadership and partnership on this issue and for introducing this legislation, of which I am an original co-sponsor. Human trafficking is a scourge that preys on the most vulnerable, subjecting more than 27 million people around the world and thousands here in the United States to abhorrent working and living conditions. Eradicating all cases of human trafficking first requires an awareness of where it exists. And as the federal agency that oversees labor laws, the Department of Labor is uniquely positioned to identify patterns of labor exploitations. And that is why Representative Walberg and I reintroduced H.R. 443, the Enhancing Detection of Human Trafficking Act. This bipartisan, no-cost legislation directs the Department of Labor to train appropriate department staff on how to detect human trafficking and ensure that personnel at the Department of Labor are provided with screening tools to identify and detect trafficking activities. The bill requires the department to report back to Congress within a year on the progress that is being made by such efforts. Unfortunately, this terrible crime occurs in every part of our country, including in my own district, in the Northern Mariana Islands. In the past, several construction companies have lured non-U.S. workers to come to the Marianas with false promises and misrepresentations about pay and conditions. They didn't come to the southern border, I will assure you that. They came by airplane. But the companies then withheld the employees' wages and confiscated their passports. The workers were subjected to inhumane working conditions, crowded unsanitary barracks with barely enough food and water. They were forced to work in unsafe conditions, forced to look out to the community for food and food assistance, some suffering serious injuries without access to adequate medical care. There was even a workplace fatality. So, to their credit, the Department of Labor's OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health Administration, and Wage and Hour divisions have worked to address these crimes, issuing fines and citations and recovering wages. But these grave injustices that rob people of their freedom and sometimes their lives are preventable. And Congress can and must do more to hold human traffickers accountable. And HR 443, the Enhancing Detection of Human Trafficking Act, is an important step towards ensuring that the department has the rules, the tools and resources it needs to combat human trafficking. I would also like to thank the leadership of the House, especially Chairwoman Virginia Fox and Ranking Member Bobby Scott of the Education and Workforce Committee for moving this bill to the floor. And again, I thank my friend, Representative Wahlberg, for his leadership in combating human trafficking. If one reason we should vote for this bill is because it's a good bill, another good reason we should vote for it is because Mr. Wahlberg's team got the national championship. He deserves this win here. So last month, this bill gained overwhelming support in committee with a vote of 42-0. It passed the House unanimously in the 117th. I urge the rest of my colleagues to vote yes on this bill today, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from the Northern Mariana Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I strongly urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back my time.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, I do.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I thank my colleague, the representative from Mariana Islands. We've worked on this a long time, haven't we? And it's worthy of the time spent. Let me close with some heartbreaking statistics to just remind my colleagues of why we've done this. The International Labor Organization estimated there were roughly 78 million victims of forced labor across the globe on any given day in 2022. In 2021, more than 10,000 traffic cases in the U.S. reported to the National Human Trafficking Hotline. According to the Department of Homeland Security, human trafficking is second only to drug trafficking as the most profitable form of international crime. Roughly 1 in 6 endangered runaways reported to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is likely a victim of child sex trafficking. Clearly, more needs to be done to combat this form of modern-day slavery. One of the biggest obstacles we face in this fight is awareness. H.R. 443 will ensure Department of Labor employees are equipped with knowledge and processes to catch traffickers and keep them from inflicting more harm and abuse on individuals. And lastly, I would like to thank my colleague, Representative Sablan, and his team for their strong partnership over the years and advocacy on this bill. I thank you, my colleague, and I certainly thank you for Go Blue. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 443, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 443 as amended? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of
Mr. Speaker, I request...
Chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative. Does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request a yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, The chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 today.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2882 and H.R. 443. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as a 5-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 882, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 2882, a bill to reauthorize the Morris K. Udall and Stuart L. Udall Trust Fund and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. 3. On this vote, the yeas are 350, the nays are 58. 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 443 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 290, H.R. 443, a bill to direct the Secretary of Labor to train certain employees of the Department of Labor how to effectively detect and assist law enforcement in preventing human trafficking during the course of their official duties and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 407, the nays are 0, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr.
The House will be in order. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered as the first sponsor of H.R. 5408, the SSI Savings Penalty Elimination Act, a bill originally introduced by Representative Brian Higgins of New York for the purposes of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprinting pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection. The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 1238B3 of the Floyd Spence National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2001, 22 U.S.C. 7002, as amended, and the order of the House of January 9, 2023, of the following individual on the part of the House to the United States China Economic and Security Review Commission for a term expiring on December 31, 2025.
Of Birmingham, Alabama.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Ready? The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For purposes, the gentleman from New Jersey seek Missouri.
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for Missouri for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize the 2024 AFC champion Kansas City Chiefs. Chiefs Kingdom was so proud to watch our team hoist the Lamar Hunt Trophy once again. The haters and naysayers said the Chiefs couldn't win on the road. They said that Ravens defense would stifle Patrick Mahomes. They said we couldn't stop Lamar. They even said Travis Kelce would be too focused on Taylor and not on football. Well, Mr. Speaker, shake it off. You see, Mr. Speaker, nothing can stop the Chiefs. Not Tucker's helmet placement, not Flowers taunting, and especially not Lamar's throwing into triple coverage. As Mitch Holthus said, you can doubt the Chiefs, you can dislike the Chiefs, you can disrespect the Chiefs, but you're going to have to deal with the Chiefs being the AFC champions for the 4th time in 5 seasons. Missouri is rooting for you. Go Chiefs! Thank you, and I yield back.
Yeah. Take your conversations outside. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor
the late Lieutenant Governor of the state of New Jersey, Sheila Y. Oliver. Ms. Oliver was a trailblazer in every sense of the word. She was the first black woman to serve as lieutenant governor in the state's history, the first black woman to be elected to statewide office in New Jersey, the first black woman to serve as Speaker of the General Assembly, and only the second black woman to lead a legislative chamber in a...
The House will be in order. Take your conversations outside. The House will be in order. Gentleman will continue.
And only the second black woman to lead a legislative chamber in American history. But I knew her before she made history. As my neighbor on Bach Avenue in Newark, New Jersey, she became my mentor, my friend, and someone I respected. Her oratory skills were second to none, and you felt honored when she spoke on your behalf. It was her endorsement that helped propel me to my seat in the United States Congress. And the Positive Community magazine will publish a tribute to Sheila this month, and it is well-deserved. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask the consent to address the House for 1 minute, advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My heartfelt warning today is for all families of all political parties in America. I had been excusing the irresponsible Biden open borders as recruiting millions of low-information voters to perpetuate Democrat elitist power. This weekend, well-respected members of Congress clarified open borders is purposeful insanity, putting American families at risk everywhere of murderous attacks. With terrorists and unknown millions of illegal aliens, 9/11 attacks will lead to a growth of government for elitist power. This end justify the means concentrates power in the worship of government run by elitists. American families having full gas tanks should prepare with an attack rally point where communications are going to be cut. Congressional offices today have rally points. Families should have a pre-chosen refuge of safety to face the threats of terrorists. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years in the global war on terrorism as it continues moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America with Biden open borders for terrorists. It is sadly clear there will be more 9/11 attacks across America imminent in the country as finally revealed by the FBI. Our prayers for the 3 Georgia National Guard members murdered by Iranian puppets. I yield back.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to celebrate the career of my dear friend, Rabbi Arnie Rachlis, who is retiring after 35 years as the spiritual leader of University Synagogue in Irvine. From serving as a White House fellow to delivering an invocation for President Obama to growing University Synagogue into a place of worship that now serves over 600 Orange County families, Rabbi Rachlis has created a legacy that will resonate for generations to come. Rabbi Rachlis has been a beacon of wisdom, compassion, and inclusivity, and his teachings foster a spirit of unity and understanding. I'm particularly grateful for the rabbi's dedication to civic engagement and his deep understanding of that as a part of Jewish life. I'm honored that Rabbi Rachlis often welcomed me to engage with his congregation in thoughtful dialogue. Rabbi Rachlis, thank you so much for your service to University Synagogue and our community. Mazel tov on a well-deserved retirement.
What purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in staunch opposition of President Biden's ban on liquefied natural gas export projects. Under the guise of a pause, President Biden has taken complete control of an important piece of the American energy sector. Do not be fooled. This is, in fact, a ban on LNG exports and a massive gift to Putin. Our European allies are desperately seeking American energy to counter Russia's weaponization of its natural gas exports. But instead of being the leader Americans and the rest of the world need, he's being the puppet that far-left climate activists want. If President Biden were serious about his Rush to Green agenda, he would unleash the production and export of clean, affordable, and reliable American LNG, which has roughly 40% lower life cycle emissions than Russian LNG. Mr. President, these policies are entirely out of touch and widely unpopular. We should be diverting our attention to fixing the economy, solving the question of the national debt, closing our southern border, and aiding our ally Israel. This White House needs to get its priorities in order. It's causing the American people to suffer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Kentucky. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, extending advisory remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, in 2011, our twins, Clara and Wilson, were born 14 weeks premature. They weighed 1.5 pounds and 1 pound and 15 ounces. We spent 99 days in the NICU before coming home. No journey through the NICU is easy. The fear, the ups and downs, and the helplessness that comes with having your babies in someone else's hands. That's only made worse when you have to fight the insurance companies, like my wife Chris and I did, to get your preemies the nutritional support they need to grow out of the NICU. We were lucky. We won our fight with the insurance company, and we made a promise that if we could, we would do everything we could to help other families as well. That journey took us to the Kentucky State Senate, where I passed the first insurance mandate in over 2 decades. Now, it's time to go national. That's why I've introduced the Supporting Premature Infant Nutrition Act, so every family and every preemie is given the best chance to thrive. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Oil City in Venango County Young Women's Christian Association, or more widely known as the YWCA, as they celebrate their 100th anniversary. In 1922, Olive Bailey Schaefer proposed the idea of establishing a YWCA in Oil City. 2 years later, on June 24, 1924, with 450 charter members enrolled, the Oil City YWCA was founded. To sustain the organization and their mission, members of the YWCA raised more than $10,000 in their first year. Following these efforts, the Oil City YWCA received their national charter on December 24, 1924. Over the years, the YWCA continued to grow and establish strong roots in the community. What started as a humble beginnings led to a chapter to the Samuel L. Maxwell home at 109 Central Avenue, which remains the current home. This location continued to grow with the chapter with multiple renovations and additions over the 100 years. The group now uses this location to host programming and advocacy to generate institutional change in 3 key areas: racial justice and civil rights. Today, the YWCA stands true to their mission to eliminate regulations to the women of the Oil City Young Women's Christian Association on this monumental anniversary. May you continue your good work for the next 100 years.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House and the opportunity to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From day one, I promised the people of Ohio's 13th Congressional District that I'd do everything I could to lower everyday costs. And due to high costs, too many families in Ohio's 13th District and across the country are lying awake at night trying to figure out how to pay their bills, put food on the table, and provide for their children. Hardworking Ohioans need relief, and they need it now. I am proud to have supported the Tax Relief for American Families and Workers Act. This pro-growth, pro-family bipartisan bill delivers lower costs for families and small businesses in Ohio's 13th District. I'm especially excited that this bipartisan bill expands the child tax credit, a policy I have consistently championed throughout my time in public service, including my time here in Congress, where last year I introduced my Lower Your Taxes Act, which also includes expansions to the child tax credit. While the Tax Relief for American Families and Workers Act does not go as far as to fully restore the American Rescue Plan's child tax credit expansion like my legislation, this bipartisan bill will still make a significant difference for 37,000 children in Ohio's 13th Congressional District, whose families are struggling to pay for medicine, school supplies, and other child care expenses. This is only the start of what Congress should do to pass to support our families, and I'll keep fighting for additional policies like my Lower Your Taxes Act, which will expand the child tax credit even more and expand the Earned Income Tax Credit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask unanimous request to speak for a minute, revise, and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Obviously, the biggest issue facing America today is the huge volume of people coming across our southern border. We recently had 1 month in which 370,000 people unvetted crossed the southern border. In debating this topic, I sometimes hear people say it's important and the United States has an obligation to let some new people in our country every year. That is true, but what is not talked about enough is that we just got done with a year in which 950,000 Americans were legally sworn in. Now, this is a number that goes up and down over time, but over the last 4 years, the average number of people who are sworn in as new American citizens, find a way to do it legally, is over 800,000. If you go back, it's the highest ever in this country's history. If you go back to when I was a child in the 60s and the 50s, it was more likely to be 200,000. So throughout most of my life, we're going along at 200 to 250,000 people being sworn in every year. We're now over 800,000 an average month. Last year we were up to 950,000. It is easy enough for people to come here legally. Thank you very much.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In honor of Black History Month, I rise today to recognize the legacy of the Honorable Yvonne B. Miller, who became the first Black woman to serve in the Virginia General Assembly when she was elected to the House of Delegates 40 years ago. 4 years later, she became the first Black woman to serve in the Senate of Virginia. As a young member of the House of Delegates, I had the opportunity to work with Senator Miller when I was in the House until her untimely death of stomach cancer in 2012. I was proud to build on her legacy in the Senate. And one of the habits that I took from Senator Miller was whenever she would have visitors come to her office, whether they were interns, students, university presidents, she would have them sit in her desk for a picture. And she would say, "This seat belongs to you as much as it belongs to me." She treated everyone the same, whether you were a governor, an intern, anyone in between. You would often hear her shout in her loud, booming voice, "You look gorgeous." She was a lifelong educator. She was a champion for those underprivileged and underserved communities, including her own in Norfolk, that she proudly represented. As the first Black woman elected to Congress from Virginia, I stand on Yvonne Miller's shoulders. And I join my former colleagues in the General Assembly who recognized her with a commemorating resolution last week and are working on a tribute to her in our state capitol, where as a child, she often did not feel welcome, but she broke barriers to ensure that Black women everywhere knew they belonged in that capitol. I honor her today and miss her very much, but I still hear her voice saying, "You look gorgeous." Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Biden administration furthered their assault on American energy production, deciding to essentially slash all pending and future liquid natural gas export permits. Limiting these permits and these exports doesn't do anything to curb natural gas usage here or around the world. Instead, it'll be replaced by adversaries around the world. It kills U.S. jobs and processing and has the opposite of the so-called climate smart agenda of those results that were intended. The U.S. and the rest of the world will be forced to depend even more on global adversaries such as Iran and Russia, who have significantly looser standards than us, while lining their pockets in order to, especially in the case of Iran, fund terrorism, such as Yemen. The weapons have Iran's names on them that are coming on from Yemen. The Biden administration has been doing this since the president's first day in office, and look what we've gotten. Russia invaded Ukraine. Iran-backed terrorists launched an attack on one of our closest allies, Israel, are wreaking havoc, blasting missiles at U.S. vessels in Middle Eastern waters, such as the Red Sea, cutting commerce, and have killed 3 of our U.S. service members this weekend in Jordan. Yemen, wreaking havoc. Energy security is national security. This decision jeopardizes our national security and global energy markets. It's a gift to our adversaries. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
The Speaker, to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Speaker, I rise to salute Black History Month. The month of February is a time that we spend on issues and icons and heroes and sheroes that have contributed to the history of America and to the African American community. Through this month, I want to talk about great heroes and sheroes, but at the same time, I want to raise topical issues that are very important to us. And so the first is to acknowledge the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, an enormously important legislative fix on the criminal justice system that all of America rallied around. Thousands and thousands, maybe millions, marched because we came together as a nation to be able to address the fairness in that system. That means that we were against the chokehold being a part of the system of law enforcement, no-knock not being a part of law enforcement, providing more funding to ensure that there was training and professional development to our law enforcement community, and to instruct our communities as well to be better. At the same time, we have a Stop Human Trafficking bill at school zones because human trafficking impacts the African American community. These are issues that impact all of us. They impact all of us, but I want them to be noted in this month as we work together in Black History Month. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I honor the centennial legacy of empowerment and service embodied by the Tau chapter of Delta Sigma Theta sorority, celebrating 100 years of unwavering commitment to sisterhood, scholarship, service, and social action, chartered in the heart of the 13th Congressional District on January 24, 1924, Tau chapter stands proudly at Wayne State University in Detroit, Michigan, the inaugural Black Greek letter organization on the campus. Founded 111 years ago at Howard University by 22 visionary women, Delta Sigma Theta set the standards for service and advocacy, boldly standing for women's rights in the Women's Suffrage March shortly after its inception. Delta Sigma Theta continues to inspire positive change. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the bipartisan Senate bill that would strengthen our national security, secure our borders, and support allies across the globe. The American people have asked us for solutions, and this bill is packed with solutions. Solutions to address the border and fentanyl crisis. I was at one of the busiest border crossings on Friday, and this bill gives those folks the staff and the reforms that they need, and the administration and the authority they need to close the border when it's overwhelmed. The bill also provides solutions to support our allies, to stop Putin from pulling the world into a much larger, deadlier war in Eastern Europe, to provide funds to Israel and vital humanitarian aid to Gaza. We must end this war, and we need the assurance of stability and prosperity for Israel and Gaza. I believe there's bipartisan majorities in both chambers for these solutions if leadership gets behind them. And the American people want this. The Speaker works for us, not Donald Trump. Bring us this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
And extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Why would a speaker of this House choose to enable the aims of Russian dictator Vladimir Putin? Why would any speaker of the United States House of Representatives use his power to stop and dawdle for months and months, delaying critical supplemental defense funding to defend America against all its enemies at home and abroad that impose tyranny and terrorism? All of us take an oath to protect and defend our people against all enemies. So why give Vladimir Putin comfort and license as he salutes himself in the mirror? The manner in which House leadership is behaving by not bringing up a key defense bill month after month after month fails liberty where she's being most tested. Our nation must move with our allies to defeat terrorism and tyranny wherever it exists: Ukraine, Israel, Gaza, the Pacific, and even sometimes inside our own borders. Inaction by House leadership empowers enemies of liberty. It rewards Putin, Khamenei, Xi, Kim Jong-un, and their chessboard. Move the long-delayed supplemental defense bill, Mr. Speaker. Liberty awaits. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To address the House and for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Dr. Henry Smith of Cone Health upon his retirement. For nearly 30 years, Dr. Smith has been saving lives in our community as an interventional cardiologist. His passion for cardiology and his desire to improve quality of care has shaped his legacy of being a committed, patient-focused physician. Those who've had the pleasure of working with Dr. Smith will tell you he treats his patients as if they were his own family. As the director of the Moses Cone Hospital Cath Lab, and with his role in Cone Health's early use of 3D AI-driven imaging, Dr. Smith has been an innovator for 30 years. Dr. Smith has also served as chairman of Cone Health's Board of Trustees and is a member of the board where he was a steadfast advocate for expanding access to health care. Outside the hospital, Dr. Smith is known for his involvement in his church and as a founding member of the Black Investments in Greensboro, or BIG Equity Fund, the Community Foundation of Greater Greensboro. Dr. Smith is an exceptional cardiologist, fierce leader, and a remarkable advocate for more equitable healthcare systems and our community. Congratulations to Dr. Henry Smith on 30 years of excellence and his well-deserved retirement.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, there is no greater way to learn how to help those who have fought for our country than to talk to a veteran and those who fight for them every day. I was glad to discuss the most pressing challenges facing our veterans and their families in Eastern North Carolina at a Veteran Service Officers Roundtable. Participants shared the barriers for veterans who live in rural communities and their legislative priorities. Consequently, I signed on to H.R. 196, the Expediting Temporary Ratings for Veterans Act, and H.R. 522, the Deliver for Veterans Act. Our VSOs are vital in assisting veterans with claims, identifying state benefits, and facilitating their transition from active duty. VSOs are heroes. Mr. Speaker, I'll yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to submit any extraneous materials on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, it is a sad day to see an administration choose party over country, radical views over the common good, and left-wing environmentalists over the American people. But that is what happened a week and a half ago when President Biden halted permitting additional liquefied natural gas export facilities. Let's be clear, this is not a pause. It is the first step of a process to ban outright any future export of LNG. This was a political decision to pander to the far left that will increase energy prices for American households. It will abandon our allies in their time of energy need. It will harm family-sustaining jobs, and it will relinquish American global energy leadership. We will hear tonight from my colleagues on the many ways LNG exports strengthen our economic well-being and how this ban will weaken American security around the world. But first, before we get ahead of ourselves, let's quickly discuss the LNG industry, what it is, and why it is so important. LNG stands for liquefied natural gas, in a process where natural gas is cooled to a temperature of minus 260 degrees Fahrenheit. The gas becomes a liquid with a volume of 1/600th of its original size. This decrease in volume is what creates the possibility for LNG to be shipped around the world. The exportation of LNG is only possible because of 2 incredible American technological achievements. The first took place in 1959, when an American proved that you could successfully and safely ship liquefied natural gas. The second was the shale revolution of the 2000s, and suddenly states like Pennsylvania, Texas, North Dakota, and Louisiana were able to produce huge amounts of natural gas. This production dropped energy costs for Americans and led to our nation being a net exporter of energy for the first time in 60 years. It was the technological innovation of extracting natural gas from shale that dramatically increased production. That, paired with our ability to liquefy natural gas and ship it, has allowed all of this to happen. The American people have benefited significantly from these advances. The ability to export natural gas has driven investment to continue increasing natural gas production. This means more jobs in districts like mine in Pennsylvania and across rural America. It means more jobs in the pipeline industry as companies invest in infrastructure to get the resources from the gas fields to the processing facility. It means more jobs on the coasts where LNG export facilities are being operated and new ones are being built. And important for all Americans, more production means more supply in the market, so natural gas prices have stayed lower and less volatile for American families. Finally, and ironically, given LNG's environmental detractors, it's better for the environment. American LNG is one of the cleanest baseload power fuel sources on the planet. President Biden's own Department of Energy trumpets the fact that U.S. LNG exports are 41% cleaner than competing Russian natural gas. So in summary, if exporting LNG leads to lower prices, more family-sustaining American jobs, and lower emissions, why would President Biden attempt to ban it? That's the question that we're struggling with tonight. This action reeks of short-sighted election year politics that will have harsh long-term effects on America. Along with all of my colleagues this evening, I urge President Biden to reverse this decision. With that, I yield to the gentleman from Michigan, 2 minutes, Mr. James.
Thank you, Dr. Joyce. Mr. Speaker, the Biden administration just announced a total pause on new export permits for liquid natural gas, all in the name of climate change. Now, I'm from Michigan, Great Lakes state. We all love clean air and clean water. It's the home of the automotive industry and so the longest coastline of any place in America with our Great Lakes, protecting both our table stakes. And to those end, LNG is one of the cleanest energy fuels on the earth, mined with American labor, according to the strictest environmental and safety standards in the world. But this administration has decided to play politics with not just our energy security, but also our national security. Let me be clear. This administration does not hate oil and gas. They hate American oil and gas. Since he's been sworn in, Biden has waged war on American energy. He's crippled the very industry that our prosperity and security rely on, and the very reason the U.S. dollar is the currency of global trade. Yet he's made us dependent on our adversaries, including Russia, China, Iran. You know, if we had just done what President Trump asked of our allies in shutting down Nord Stream 2, Putin would not have been able to fund his war against Ukraine in the first place, but I digress. Mr. Speaker, this war on LNG is going to impact my state specifically. Michigan has the most underground natural gas storage in the entire country, with 1.1 trillion cubic feet of underground storage. That's 1/8 of the nation's natural gas storage capacity. Mr. Speaker, the Biden administration's energy policies are insane. We cannot allow this administration to continue relying on dictators and despots from Tehran to Caracas to keep our supply chain moving and our homes heated. That would be like asking the fox to lock up the chicken coop at night or Secretary Mayorkas to watch the border. By pursuing energy independence using safe American-made energy, we lower prices, grow jobs, and reshore domestic manufacturing. That's why I voted in favor of H.R. 1 alongside 225 of my Republican and Democrat colleagues. H.R. 1 would unleash American oil and natural gas while securing our critical supply chains. It would ensure that America is energy independent, prepared for threats down the road. This makes certain that America has resources necessary to defend and protect herself, while also assuring that blue-collar families in my district can afford to keep their lights on and their gas tanks full without breaking the bank. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to champion energy that is made in America and hold Biden accountable for the foolish games he's playing with our future. Mr. Speaker, as well, Governor Granholm's policies crushed the state of Michigan. I will not stand idly by while Secretary Granholm's policies crush the United States of America. With that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Michigan. And next, we'd like to yield 3 minutes of time to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Dr. Joyce for organizing this special order tonight. And I actually want to thank the Biden administration. I want to thank the Biden administration because they came out a week from Friday and they admitted what we knew all along. They've paused American energy. They paused American energy. But, Mr. Speaker, it's consistent with what we've seen out of this administration for the last few years. They go out there and they say, yes, Russia should build the Nord Stream 2 pipeline to facilitate Russian energy, but the Keystone pipeline in the United States can't be built. So it's pro-Russia, it's anti-U.S. But it's not just that, Mr. Speaker. Let's look at what's happening. Since Putin has invaded Ukraine, The European Union is still dependent upon Russian natural gas today. 14% of the natural gas being supplied to the European Union is coming from Russia. Let me say it another way. It's $1 billion a month. And of course, that was twice or three times that before the invasion. What is happening is this $1 billion a month today is actually funding the Russian war against Ukraine. And at the same time, this administration is out there banging on Congress to give them $60 billion in aid for Ukraine. I have an idea. Stop funding the Russian war. How do you do that? Dr. Joyce said this a little while ago. You can look at the National Energy Technology Lab analysis looking at U.S. natural gas. Compared to Russian gas has 41% higher emissions. Mr. Speaker, let me say it another way. If we had taken 1 year of Russian gas that was supplied to the European Union, 1 year of it, and supplanted it, replaced it with U.S. gas, it would have reduced emissions to the tune of 218 million tons of emissions. And you know what? It would have been for free. We could have just supplanted U.S. gas with Russian gas. We could have kneecapped Vladimir Putin those billions of dollars he received. We could have helped the economy in the United States. We could have strengthened ties with our allies, our economic ties with our allies. This doesn't make any sense. But, Mr. Speaker, this is what we're seeing out of this administration over and over and over again. Their policies are resulting in Iran profiting $60 billion. $60 billion Iran as a result of this administration's flawed energy policies. We lost 3 service members, had 30-plus more injured because we're funding Iran, that's funding the Houthis, that's funding Hezbollah, that's funding Hamas, that's funding the Islamic Jihad and other terrorist organizations. This is unbelievable. Higher costs for American families, higher emissions, and lower energy security. This makes no sense, it lacks common sense, and it's simply not in America's interest. I want to thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for hosting this tonight, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we have got to bring common sense back to American energy policy. Yield back. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman from Louisiana for his passionate presentation. I yield 4 minutes to my colleague from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser.
I thank my good friend, Dr. Joyce of Pennsylvania, for his leadership. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my very serious concerns over the Biden administration's misguided, out-of-touch decision to pause pending approvals of liquefied natural gas exports, just the latest assault from this president on American energy. I represent the 9th District of Pennsylvania, which encompasses a large portion of the Marcellus Shale natural gas region, one of the largest reserves of natural gas in the world. Not only does the natural gas industry support over 125,000 jobs in Pennsylvania, Mr. Speaker, but it also contributes $25 billion plus to the Commonwealth GDP. Meeting Biden's continued assault on American energy, including on the natural gas industry, is truly an assault on Pennsylvania's workforce and economy. The president's gas-backwards energy policies directly impact companies in my district from Coterra, Seneca Resources, Chesapeake, Southwestern, and the many thousands of people they employ, including their families. Yet Joe Biden doesn't seem to care. Since taking office, he has issued a moratorium on natural gas leasing activities on various of the United States resources, increased regulatory building codes to disincentivize the use of natural gas, issued an ESG rule hindering investments in natural gas companies, implemented a new $8 billion tax on companies that produce, process, transmit, or store natural gas. He's significantly raised requirements for assessing proposed natural gas pipelines. The list goes on. He's proposed overly stringent natural gas infrastructure project reviews and proposed a rule to severely restrict power generation at new and existing gas-fired power plants. Outside of that, he's wonderful. And now, on January 26, the Biden administration announced its most harmful and inexplicable energy policy decision yet, to pause all approvals on LNG exports, which threatens our economy, our national security, and our ability to reduce carbon emissions. On an economic front, the benefits of natural gas for America cannot be overstated. The U.S. natural gas industry is a powerhouse, supporting over 10 million American jobs, contributing $1.8 trillion in U.S. GDP. And by fostering a robust natural gas industry, we stimulate investment, drastically enhancing domestic American-made goods and manufacturing, and of course creating well-paying jobs across various industry sectors. But the Biden administration's decision will hinder all of this. This heavy-handed, big government approach is going to cause a great disruption to long-term LNG infrastructure initiatives. At a time when we should be growing the industry, increasing production, and boosting exports, the Biden administration instead wants to limit our ability to be a world leader on the natural gas stage. And beyond the economic implications, resuming the consideration of LNG export applications is crucial to our national security and strategic interests. Our allies depend on a secure, reliable source of LNG, and by withholding these approvals, we risk pushing them into the arms of less stable and potentially adversarial suppliers, like Russia, as my colleagues have been bringing up. LNG export projects are indispensable for ensuring that we continue to function as the economic arsenal of democracy during geopolitical incidents such as the war in Ukraine. Simply put, energy security is national security. And, Mr. Speaker, while this administration claims to want to reduce carbon emissions, their actions related to natural gas are doing the exact opposite. Clean natural gas emits almost 50 to 60% less carbon emissions than other fossil fuels. And let me tell you, the way we extract and process here in the United States of America is far cleaner than it is in Russia, Iran, China, or Venezuela. Does anybody doubt that? Of course not. Joe Biden's crusade against the natural gas industry is not only detrimental to consumers and producers, but it's detrimental to America's ability to regain the energy dominance we secured under President Trump. We must embrace an all of the above and all of the below energy solution. The only people who benefit from Joe Biden's anti-American policies are our adversaries overseas. Joe Biden, Mr. Speaker, is choosing Moscow over communities in my district like Montrose, Pennsylvania. He is choosing Tehran over Towanda. And he is choosing Venezuela over Pennsylvania and Saudi Arabia over Sayre, Pennsylvania. This makes absolutely no sense. The global uncertainty caused by Biden's pausing of LNG export hinders our ability to bring American natural gas to the world markets and limits our strategic advantages that the United States can provide to our allies. We must support our economy. We need to be looking out in a serious way for our national security. We want to support Pennsylvania, its workforce. I urge the Biden administration to reverse its pause. And, Mr. Speaker, lastly, the administration needs to check their extreme ideology at the door and focus on outcomes, not ideology. We need to wake up and woke down. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for his comments. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, my colleague on Energy and Commerce, Mr. Wahlberg.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for taking this opportunity tonight to remind us that on January 26th, inexplicably, President Biden announced an indefinite ban on pending LNG export projects. I wish it were indefinite, but I believe this is just another shot over the bow showing that fossil fuels are going away, in his mind. Even for a president known for inflation and global instability, this is an inexplicable move. Last week, during the international events surrounding the National Prayer Breakfast here, I even had comments from Baltic representatives, Balkan representatives, and others from the EU incredulous that that was going on when they need more LNG terminals, not less, more export, not less. American LNG has been a lifeline to our allies while wars rage. This decision is beyond the wildest hopes and dreams of Putin and the Ayatollah, who will capitalize on this opportunity to further finance their terror on this earth. I've yet to hear from any American clamoring to drive our allies to Russia and Iran, which is exactly what Biden's LNG export ban will do. Maybe the White House needs a simple lesson. Cutting the supply of a product does not magically erase the demand or need for that product. However, cutting the supply does raise prices and forces consumers to look elsewhere. In this case, the consumers are our allies. They will look to Russia and Iran. Ironically, these countries' energy production is far dirtier than our clean LNG. Due to this, from a climate and emission standpoint, Biden's decision will actually lead to more pollution. American LNG has over a 40% lower life cycle emissions compared to Russia and its compressed natural gas, which will help fill the void created by the Biden administration. American LNG has been one of the greatest tools used to reduce emissions. Instead of indefinitely banning LNG exports, we should be increasing them and touting our LNG success story, which has led to a decrease in energy-related emissions by 15% since 2005, beyond any of our closest allies. The Biden war on domestic energy accomplishes a rare trifecta. It empowers our adversaries, raises energy prices, and increases pollution. Wow! President Biden is once again putting politics over the American people and disregarding any semblance of common sense. Mr. Speaker, this policy from the executive branch is unreasonable and indefensible, but I assure you, this body will not allow the Biden administration to sacrifice energy security for America and our allies. This moratorium puts climate activists at TikTok above energy needs of the world. We must do everything we can to reverse it. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Michigan. Mr. Speaker, our nation has been blessed with abundant natural gas reserves. And thanks to the shale revolution, the resources under the feet of my constituents have been unlocked. The boom in natural gas production has brought jobs and hope back to small towns throughout Pennsylvania. Our next speaker is from the great state of Ohio, Mr. Balderson. I yield 3 minutes of time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my good friend, Congressman Joyce, for leading this special order this evening. Over the last 3 years, we've seen the Biden administration oppose American energy production at every turn. Biden's most recent announcement not only undermines our energy sector, but it also endangers our allies overseas. Since Putin began his invasion of Ukraine, our European allies have raced to transition away from Russia energy by importing clean American LNG. The administration's short-sighted, dangerous decision accomplishes one thing and one thing only: empowering Russia. Claiming that this decision is based solely on protecting the environment is just absurd. Because of natural gas, the United States has reduced its own emissions more than any country in the world over the last 20 years. The President's ban on new LNG export projects is not an environmental decision. It's a political decision. Rather than holding countries like China and Russia accountable, President Biden would rather appease radical climate activists who determined to ban fossil fuels at all cost. This latest announcement hurts producers here in America, Ohio, the thousands of men and women working to keep our lights on every day, and throttles investment in clean energy. Simply put, by freezing LNG export permits, the President is putting election year politics ahead of the interest of American workers, consumers, and allies abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
I thank my colleague from Ohio. Mr. Speaker, the graph beside me tells an incredible story. It talks about the volatility that occurs in natural gas prices. We see the spikes, but those spikes have diminished because of the shale revolution. The access to natural gas has actually leveled off the price. This allows families to sit at their kitchen table and make budget plans because they know that next month they're not going to pay double or triple the cost of natural gas. The shale revolution, the ability to utilize the resources that are under the feet of so many Americans, has allowed American financial stability to occur for American families. I now yield 3 minutes of time to my colleague from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to
talk about the Biden administration's short-sighted policy. And I want to thank Dr. Joyce for bringing it up. And this is another one of those examples of promises made, promises kept. When this person was running for president, he couldn't stop from telling people how we were no longer going to rely on our own energy. We were going to do something completely different. We were going to protect the environment. And he's actually kept those promises. He's crippled the American economy. He's made the rest of the world dependent on people who they should not be depending on. And the rest of the world has awakened to just how far to the left this current administration is. And we're talking about jobs, unbelievable amounts of jobs. But we're also talking about not being dependent on any foreign country to supply us with the energy that we need. How in the world could anybody sit back now, after 3 years of watching this wrong-sided approach to how we would run the greatest nation the world has ever known and reduce it down to what it is today? We're talking about jobs. We're talking about the cost of energy. We're talking about our reliability, not on some foreign supplier, but on our own domestic energy people. Why would anybody under this current administration think that somehow my future is drilling for natural gas? My future is looking at our oil fields. My future is based on the ill-fated thinking of this current administration. This goes so far beyond what any normal thinking person would say, good idea, let's continue to do that. And I know some people will say, well, you shouldn't be speaking that way. And my answer to that is, maybe more of us should be speaking this way. How can our fellow American citizens sit back and watch the devastation to our own economy, walking away from domestic energy, and thinking that somehow this is a move in the right direction? Candidate Biden said he would cut back on all these environmental absolute disasters that were taking place in America. He's kept his promise to the American people. He continues to make his promise kept to American people. The question is, when will the American people wake up from this slumber? When they will forget about being woke and wake up to what's happening in America today. And it's happening to us every single day. And for the President of the United States to make a statement like he's making today about domestic energy and what LNG will no longer be permit, you won't be allowed to do it in the future, we're going to cut back on your permits. Why in the world would anybody stay in this business and say, I think I've got a shot? Mr. Speaker, it's time for America to stand up. Not just our colleagues on the Republican side, but everyday Americans. We're talking about jobs. We're talking about American energy. We're talking about clean energy. We're talking about the future of the greatest nation the world has ever known. And the fact that she does not have to depend on anybody else in the world for her energy, nor do other countries have to depend on Russia for their energy when they can actually get it from their friends in America. Promises made, promises kept. This is another one of those promises that leads to the complete disaster and destruction of America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
I thank my colleague for his passionate presentation. Mr. Speaker, as we discuss this issue, it's important to recognize that liquefied natural gas actually has a positive impact on emission rather than a negative one. Because of the clean power that natural gas provides, the United States continues to lead the world in carbon emission reductions. In the last 20 years, natural gas has led to a 32% reduction in carbon emissions right here in the United States. And as I said before, President Biden's own Department of Energy trumpets the fact that U.S. liquefied natural gas exports are 41% cleaner than Russian natural gas. Our continued innovation, our continued development has helped lead to new technologies that have made our energy sources cleaner and more affordable. As we look around the world, no other nation has matched our work in this area. And if the Biden administration is truly serious about reducing carbon emissions, then a ban on LNG exports is truly a massive mistake. With that, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pence.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this administration's latest attack on the American energy industry, and I want to thank my very good friend, Congressman Joyce, for holding this special order. President Biden's LNG export ban is nothing more than a political stunt, simply to appease the far-left activists. It's become abundantly clear that President Biden and his administration lack a competent understanding of global energy markets. This export ban will fuel higher costs for families here at home and push our allies abroad into the hands of our adversaries. Hoosiers watching at home won't be fooled by false claims of environmental stewardship. American LNG is the cleanest form of natural gas available and has allowed the U.S. to lead the world in emission reductions. Since day one, the Biden administration has led our nation into an energy crisis of their own making, and we've arrived. Energy costs are through the roof, our electric grid is on the brink of failure, and all forms of reliable baseload power are retiring at an alarming rate, leaving us perilously afraid of the future. House Republicans are not alone in our concerns. Engineers, grid operators, refiners, and the rest of our energy industry are saying in unison, this will not work, and it's not working right now. In past time, this administration paid attention to the experts and not radical environmentalists. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Indiana. Mr. Speaker, I think there's a point that cannot be missed today, that we have members of Congress from north, south, east, and west, from all corners of the U.S., questioning the Biden administration's reckless banning on the export of liquefied natural gas. I now yield to my colleague and another member of Energy and Commerce from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it very much. I want to thank my good friend, Dr. Joyce, for organizing the special order on the Biden administration's indefinite de facto ban on LNG exports. While this is a clear election year stunt by President Biden, the real policy impacts will be profound, unfortunately, putting the national security of the U.S. and our allies at risk, increasing global greenhouse emissions, and unduly jeopardizing American economic prosperity. What a shame. Perhaps the greatest winner of the LNG permitting pause is Russia and its maligned allies and co-conspirators. Even before its invasion of Ukraine, Russia weaponized its natural gas exports to extract concessions that undermine the rules-based international order. In response, the United States provided our allies in the world a much-needed check against those threats to democracy through reliable and accessible energy. But no more. President Biden is abandoning our allies and choosing to enrich despotic regimes such as Russia and Iran. This decision would also decrease available alternatives to less clean forms of energy. Many countries were relying on America LNG to help in their green transition. Instead, the Biden administration will leave countries like Germany, India, and Japan all needing to reopen previously shuttered high-emitting power plants. China, a major American LNG importer, is already building new emission power plants, and President Biden's decision will only encourage that trend, unfortunately. Finally, this decision will cost Floridians jobs. Florida is a growing LNG exporter, and the President's pause will see significant economic benefit and opportunity evaporate. No common sense, Mr. Speaker, evaporate due to a political stunt. America and its allies deserve better. I yield back. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, could you tell us how much remaining time there is?
26 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's important to remember that every shipment of LNG that does not come from the United States has to come from somewhere else. And often that means that gas is being sold by our adversaries, including Russia and Iran. At a time when Iranian-backed terrorists are killing American troops, the Biden administration is voluntarily opening up avenues for the Iranian government to profit on the sale of liquefied natural gas. Sadly, this is business as usual for an administration that fails time and time again to understand how its decisions can impact our national security. We saw this when President Biden telegraphed his plan to withdraw from Afghanistan ahead of the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks, emboldened the Taliban. We saw this last week when the president failed to respond quickly to strikes carried out by Iranian-backed terrorists. And we are seeing President Biden's failed foreign policy on display once again with this decision to withhold American liquefied natural gas from our friends and from our allies who need it. With that, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Kamek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend and colleague, Dr. Joyce, for hosting this special order on such an important topic. Simply put, President Biden's liquefied natural gas export ban puts politics over people and America last. The Biden administration states that they must put a pause on the LNG permits to conduct more studies to better understand the effects of U.S. LNG exports. But let's be honest, how many more studies do we realistically need? The Department of Energy has already commissioned 5 studies on this very subject. And let us not forget that previous administrations did these studies without blocking export permits. Really, what this administration is doing is creating additional uncertainty in an industry that is already under constant assault by the Biden administration. This pause will have and is starting to have a chilling effect on investment and discouraging foreign governments from signing long-term contracts. Furthermore, this will undermine America's position as a global energy leader and exporter of LNG. Stopping U.S. LNG exports will stifle economic growth by limiting revenue streams and job opportunities associated with LNG production, liquefaction, and export infrastructure. For those unfamiliar, the LNG industry is not one you can turn on and off like a light switch. It requires constant investment, development. You can't stop at a whim. There are billions of dollars at stake, jobs at risk, and allies' trust that is now compromised. Allies who are looking for the United States to be a reliable partner to fuel their economies. But instead, the White House seems more interested in taking domestic energy advice from TikTok influencers who are just in it for clicks, shares, and impressions. Indeed, the Biden administration agreed to meet with TikTok influencers at the White House after a trend slamming and targeting the LNG industry went viral. President Biden said in the aftermath, quote, "This pause on new LNG approvals sees the climate crisis for what it is, the existential threat of our time. We will heed the calls of young people and frontline communities who are using their voices to demand action from those who are in power to act," end quote. Well, consequences to the economy or our national security be damned, because clearly this is about getting votes, and in particular the youth vote, of which President Biden has suffered tremendous losses. This is not about saving the planet, clearly, because denying the development of domestic LNG is not scientifically sound. Stopping LNG exports does not make the climate any cleaner or safer. In fact, the opposite happens. Ultimately, this restriction will curtail innovation, investment, and the overall competitiveness of the United States energy sector in the global market. Oh, and in the process, keep our allies dependent and reliant on dirty fuel from energy-producing nations that, let's just face it, they just don't give a damn about the environment. They don't. We need to follow the science. How about we look to the data and not to social media influencers. Let's work to keep this industry strong, and in return, we get a strong economy, robust national security, and job opportunities for Americans. The Biden administration must reverse their decision and lift the ban on LNG export permits. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
I thank the gentlelady from Florida for yielding. Mr. Speaker, from my home state of Pennsylvania to the Gulf Coast, natural gas creates family-sustaining jobs that are vital for our communities. From 2005 to 2019, more than 1.4 million manufacturing jobs were created in the natural gas industry. When President Biden stops the flow of LNG, he's sending a message to American families that are supported by these jobs. Biden is sending a message that his political welfare is more important than American families' livelihoods. Biden's sending a message that keeping his far left base happy is more important than American families' financial stability. It's shameful. It's shameful for the president to pretend to care about the American workers and then make decisions that directly harm them. With that, I yield to the gentleman from New Jersey. 3 minutes, Mr. Kaine.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce, for yielding me time, and I thank him for leading us here together in this special order. Mr. Speaker, President Biden's decision to indefinitely pause LNG export approval permits is misguided and wrong. It prioritizes radical activists over American energy security and security of our allies abroad. This pause is economically and strategically dangerous and unnecessary. The Department of Energy has consistently found that American LNG exports serve the public interest by providing positive economic benefits and strengthens our energy security. Mr. Speaker, our European allies are seeking American energy leadership to counter Putin's weaponization of Russian natural gas exports. In December 2023 alone, over 87% of U.S. LNG exports went to the EU, UK, or Asian markets. Any action that slows or halts the U.S. ability to export LNG would weaken global energy security. In Congress and within this administration, we should be doing everything in our power to incentivize reliable natural gas and to grant the export permits that allows access to markets around the world. Policies that encourage LNG exports create good-paying jobs here in America and strengthen our allies abroad. I urge the Biden administration to end this pause. Thank you, Dr. Joyce, and I'll yield back.
I thank the gentleman from New Jersey for yielding. Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons that our allies rely so heavily on American-made liquefied natural gas is because of its reliability. In recent years, we've seen billions of tax dollars used to prop up failing energy producers like wind turbines and solar farms. While wind and solar should certainly be available, the fact is they are unable to sustain major electric grids. Without battery technology to store the energy collected by renewable energy sources, the United States and our friends and our allies will continue to rely on natural gas. With that, I yield to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Joyce, for hosting tonight's special order. Mr. Speaker, just 2 weeks ago, and yet another example of President Biden caving to left-wing activists, this administration announced that they would pause all pending approvals of liquefied natural gas, or LNG, export terminals. Under the guise of climate change, this blatantly political decision will only serve to eliminate American jobs, increase costs for American consumers, and further jeopardize U.S. energy security, all to appease climate extremists and prop up President Biden's rush to green agenda. Let me remind the American people that just 3 years ago, our nation was energy independent for the first time in our history. We control the price of a barrel of oil. We dominated the world energy economy. Studies show that LNG exports could increase the U.S. economy by over $73 billion by 2040 and could create more than 453,000 American jobs. Please listen, Mr. President. It's no surprise that this reckless announcement was met with bipartisan backlash when a recent study showed that only 3% of Americans believe climate change is the most pressing issue facing our country. I hear constantly from my constituents how high energy prices or indefinitely banning exports of LNG will not lower the cost of energy. We need to open our markets and domestic energy production to lower costs for the American people. Now more than ever, we need to embrace an all-out, all-of-the-above energy strategy and unleash the production and export of clean, affordable, and reliable American LNG to further reduce emissions. Finally, President Biden's war on American energy is undermining our national security, and as Chair Rogers said, this is nothing more than a gift to Putin. Mr. Speaker, if this administration wants to end the war in Ukraine and bring peace to the Middle East, then give us the permits for the pipelines and the LNG facilities, and we will power Europe. This will cripple Russia and Iran. In fact, Europe, like the U.S., would be burning their energy 42% cleaner. I thought we wanted to reduce the carbon footprint and at the same time promote world peace. I proudly stand with my colleagues in calling out this political charade, and with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, from New Jersey to Florida, from Pennsylvania to California, liquefied natural gas, its production and its export has a positive effect on so many Americans. I would now like to acknowledge the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Biden is consistently putting his Green New Deal ideology ahead of the American people when it comes to the U.S. energy sector. From canceling the Keystone Pipeline to ending federal drilling projects, the President has weakened our domestic energy production since his first day in office, leading to sky-high oil prices across the country and a loss of nearly 11,000 American jobs. Now the administration is performing the same song and dance in the name of climate change by halting exports of liquefied natural gas abroad. And it's lunacy. I'm proud to join 150 of my Republican colleagues, led by Chair Cathy McMorris Rodgers, in a letter to the President expressing our concerns and our opposition to this decision. LNG is a clean energy source, and by cutting off American exports, we are forcing our allies into the arms of nations often hostile to America. And by the way, they have zero, or often have zero, environmental regulations. Over the last 2 years, the EU has been forced to import nearly 40% more LNG from Russia, directly funding Russian aggression in Ukraine, with roughly $21 billion in year 2022 alone. If kept intact, our LNG industry is projected to bring up to 452,000 additional jobs to hardworking Americans by 2040, and some $50 to $73 billion to our economy. Plus, we gain the economic leverage as an economic exporter of energy to other nations. Mr. Speaker, as a co-sponsor of HRES 987 denouncing the harmful anti-American energy policies of the Biden administration, I urge my colleagues to put an end to Biden's war on the U.S. energy sector. It's time to prioritize the well-being of Americans over the flawed ideologies of the Green New Deal. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Idaho, a fellow member of Energy and Commerce, for his insight and his comments. Mr. Speaker, could you please tell us how much time we have remaining?
11 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we have stated, the impact of stopping the export of liquefied natural gas affects all of Americans. We've had individuals from all over, representatives, who know the impact financially to their constituents. They know the impact on jobs to each one of the Americans who are in the natural gas industry. We understand that this import is not lost on us. With that, I yield to my colleague from California 4 minutes of time.
Thank you. I appreciate, Mr. Joyce, you leading this order here tonight. It's very important that we shed the positive spotlight on energy production that natural gas is, and also shine the spotlight on what a horrific decisions is by Mr. Biden and his administration to shut down export, as well as the ongoing efforts to shut down capacity, exploration, production of natural gas in this country. Now, through the miracle of hydraulic fracturing just not that many years ago, it put the U.S. on the map internationally as a gigantic energy source in the world. I remember about 20 plus years ago, we were looking at now how can we find a way to import more liquefied natural gas, set up our ports for that so the big ships can come in from somewhere else and bring us this energy source. But hydraulic fracturing has made it possible that we're a gigantic source of energy around the world, and indeed other countries are looking to us and would look to us more if we were giving more of a positive signal. So you see, this is the chart showing usage just from about 2010 up to current. And if you look at that on a global scale, energy usage on a global scale is going to increase massively as more and more countries come on board and become less third world and more of a modern economy. Oil and gas is going to be extremely important, and so the U.S. should be leading the way. We should be stronger partners for our European allies. We've seen the debacle that the Russian pipeline is going to be, and has been for, like Germany in one case, that the reliance on Russian gas. Don't they look at history? Don't they look back at how these alliances haven't been so strong? And to rely on a neighbor like that for so much of your energy? Germany just a year and a half ago was, people were going out to the woods and cutting firewood to make sure they're going to get through the cold season. This on top of them destroying so much of their nuclear generation. So the Biden administration approach to natural gas is very wrong-headed. And so as you see, increased demand in just a short amount of time of low-cost domestic energy has been indeed miraculous. So and my next chart will show you that with that, the cost of natural gas, although peaking some years ago in the early 2000s, getting quite expensive. This is the era here where hydraulic fracturing came in and made it a very, very low cost and very clean form of energy, helping us to energy independence. Until the Biden administration decided to come along and say, no, we're not going to do it here. We want Germany and Europe to rely on Russian gas, and we're going to somehow be more green than everybody else here. And so it's very dangerous to us. It's dangerous to our allies. As we've seen, it empowers those in Russia and in Iran to do the types of things that they're doing around the world to upset peace. Indeed, Iran is a major sponsor of terror, helping out with Yemen. As I mentioned earlier, so many of the weapons that you'll find, missiles maybe that didn't completely fire or explode or what have you, you would find that Yemen has been using has Iraqi signatures on it. And so every time we patronize, or the rest of the world patronizes Iranian gas or Russian gas, it just helps those things that undermine Western countries and those that are trying to be good neighbors. So the more we go the wrong direction on this and follow the Biden model, the bigger in trouble we're going to be. Indeed, it's been a miracle natural gas, how important that's been to our economy up until recently with the Biden crew. So with that, I appreciate the time, and I yield back to my colleague.
I thank the gentleman from California for yielding. I want to thank all of the members who have joined us this evening to hold this special order to address President Biden's policy failure on liquefied natural gas. Since his first day in office, President Biden has worked to dismantle our nation's energy production, revoking permits, stonewalling new development, and using red tape to harass our energy producers. The decision to halt the permitting of LNG exportation facilities is the next step in an agenda that puts Green New Deal policies ahead of American families. The Biden administration has continually passed the buck for high prices by blaming domestic energy producers. Biden's regulatory assaults destroys any incentive for domestic energy producers to invest in building our natural gas infrastructure. Now, most recently, President Biden announced that his administration would no longer hold court-ordered offshore oil and gas leases sales in the Gulf of Mexico and Alaska. Liquefied natural gas is safe, it is affordable, and it is easy to transport. That's why this week, 150 of my colleagues and I were led by ENC Chair Rogers and Speaker of the House Mike Johnson to demand that President Biden overturn this terrible decision. We know that this energy source, which is underneath the feet of my constituents, will help power our allies. It will help create American jobs, and it will help reduce emissions. Instead of embracing this technology, President Biden has caved to his far-left base, who refuse to recognize the benefits that LNG has for America. A single shipment of LNG can power an entire city, and yet the Biden administration has refused to allow these shipments. Tonight, we've heard about the dangerous impacts that cutting of LNG exports has, from raising prices here at home to funding our adversaries by forcing European nations to rely on energy from Russia and from Iran. Let's be clear, President Biden is choosing to cut American jobs and fund our enemies. When it comes to our energy security, appeasing liberal activists can have long-lasting and very dangerous consequences. We all must continue to urge the Biden administration to reverse this disastrous decision and allow liquefied natural gas exports to continue and to power communities around the world. It's time to return to American energy dominance, and it's time to stop using our energy security as a pawn in political gains. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy, January 9, 2023, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous material into the record.
Without objection.
Wonderful. Mr. Speaker, I have the incredible privilege of representing El Paso, Texas, which is a vibrant, wonderful, generous community of goodwill that is right on the U.S.-Mexico border. And my community has seen firsthand the challenges that come when that come with a significant number of people fleeing their homeland, seeking refuge in the United States. We have opened up our pantries, we have opened up our wallets, we have opened up our hearts, but it's time for Congress to act. And I am so proud to be spending this special order hour talking about the first bipartisan comprehensive immigration reform bill introduced in Congress in a decade. In fact, even today, it is the only bipartisan comprehensive immigration reform bill that exists in Congress. It is a bill that addresses the border and beyond. It is a national security bill. It is an economic bill. It is a bill that finally forces Congress to do its job. While we are seeing the large numbers of migrants arriving at our nation's front door, at the same time, we have 8 million unfilled jobs in our country. If we want to be a competitive nation, if we want to make sure that we are at the forefront having a bold economy, frankly, we need immigrants, but we also need order and humanity at the border. President Biden has repeatedly asked Congress to do its job and find a legislative solution. Now, the Senate has just introduced their own bipartisan bill. We don't know the fate of that, but what we in the House know is that we have a wonderful bipartisan coalition that has introduced a real solution. And that real solution is the Dignity Act. And I'd like to introduce and yield the floor to one of my co-sponsors, who herself is an expert on immigration, Hillary Scholten from Michigan.
Thank you so much, Veronica. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I joined my colleagues from all corners of the country on a trip to the southern border, to El Paso, hosted by my good friend, Congresswoman Escobar. This wasn't my first trip to the border before coming to Congress. I worked on this issue for close to 20 years as a social worker, walking alongside immigrants and refugees who were new to this country, also as an attorney for the United States Department of Justice, enforcing our immigration laws at the nation's highest law enforcement agency. I also worked at a community legal aid organization in West Michigan, have also helped employers try to get the workers that they need, all aspects of this issue. What I saw on the border was truly horrific. We are in a crisis mode. During our trip, we talked to Border Patrol agents. We met with individuals at a holding facility, talked to the immigrants themselves, talked to humanitarian aid workers, and across the board, everyone was unified in this one belief. The border is broken. Our immigration system is broken. There has never been a more important time to come together with bipartisan solutions to fix it. There is truly a crisis at our border. It's a humanitarian nightmare, a national security red alarm, and an economic disaster. We visited a holding facility just outside of El Paso. The number of immigrants crossing the border every single day is far too many for the Paso del Norte processing center to contain in just one day, so they're held at a detention facility. It costs our United States government, our taxpayers, $1.2 million every single day to run this facility, just to hold people. This cannot be. Now is the time for action, not the time for pointing fingers. Now is the time not for kicking the can down the road, but picking it up and solving this problem. We don't have to start from scratch for a new bill, a bill that would get bipartisan support. We already have that bill. It's bipartisan, and it's called the Dignity Act. It is the only bipartisan, comprehensive reform bill in Congress right now. Instead of infighting and pointing fingers, Mr. Speaker, why not put it to a vote on the floor and see how many individuals would support it? What are we afraid of? That it might actually work? That it might actually solve this problem? The immigration crisis in our country is at a fever pitch. It has evolved over many years of inaction, of moments just like this where we're compelled to act, but we refuse to do so. The immigration crisis in our country is a multifaceted problem that requires a multifaceted response. Just insisting that we're going to close the border is not a magic wand that would wave and fix the vast number of individuals who are finding their way across our border every day. It doesn't automatically provide the funding necessary for the Border Patrol agents who would be required to enforce this border closure. And it doesn't provide the pathways to the legal workforce that is so desperately needed in this country. And it surely does not address the root causes of the increase in migrant flow that we are seeing over the years. But the Dignity Act, the Bipartisan Dignity Act, does. The Dignity Act provides for an immediate infusion of $25 billion to help secure our border. And the bill pays for itself through fees generated from visas for qualified workers. If we put this bill to a vote on the floor tomorrow, billions of dollars would begin to start flowing to our border communities to give them the help that they need. This bill also addresses the source of the flow by creating new regional in-country processing centers, taking the pressure off the border and helping individuals determine their eligibility ahead of time, or lack thereof, and immigrate here to the U.S. The bill also addresses the fact that our immigration crisis does not exist in a vacuum. At the southern border, our years of failed policy has resulted in millions of individuals living in the shadows in the United States. Again, a national security red alarm, an economic disaster, and a humanitarian crisis that must be addressed. This bill provides a means to identify these individuals and the means to remove them, those who have violated our laws and pose a threat to our country. And for those who pass a background check and qualify, who pay a fine, they will immediately receive permission to work and be provided a pathway to lawful citizenship, supporting our growing economy and enhancing all of our communities in a multitude of ways. Why wouldn't we take this moment to address this immigration crisis? Why wouldn't we put this bipartisan bill on the floor? This is not a perfect bill by any stretch of the imagination. It is a compromise bill. Republicans are not getting everything they want, and Democrats are surely not getting everything they want, I can tell you that. But it is a compromise. That is not a dirty word. The last time we've had comprehensive immigration reform in this country was over 40 years ago. Think about how much our world, our economy has changed in that time. We're not always going to get exactly what we want. But if we work hard and we work together, we can provide for the good of this country. I yield back.
Thank you so much to my dear friend, Hillary Scholten. I so appreciate your leadership and your support of the bill. Mr. Speaker, I was born and raised on the U.S.-Mexico border. I am a third-generation border resident. My children, they're both adults, but my kids, my son Christian, my daughter Eloisa, they're fourth-generation border residents. No one wants a solution to the border more than those of us who live there, who've made our lives there, raised our kids there, and know that we will spend the rest of our days there. We need to come together and find areas of compromise. There is so much disunity, but we can find unity, and the Dignity Act provides us with that. I'd like to now yield the floor and introduce another dear friend, incredible leader from Pennsylvania, Susan Wild, another co-sponsor of the Dignity Act.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my dear friend and colleague, and I'm honored to be joining her, the gentlelady from El Paso, Texas, to address one of the most pressing issues facing our nation, our broken immigration system. I'm from Pennsylvania. We are not a border state, but I hear an awful lot about what's happening at the southern border. I'm deeply concerned about it, as are my constituents. And it's something that we here, this group of us who are speaking this evening, are committed to fixing. For far too long, both parties have played political games with the crisis at our southern border rather than pursuing real solutions to restore order. That's why I am so proud to be a co-sponsor of the Dignity Act, a bipartisan bill that will tackle the crisis at our border and will reform that badly broken immigration system. Let me tell you just a few things about what the Dignity Act would do. Number one, and most pressing to many, many of my constituents, is it addresses border security. It increases the hiring of CBP personnel. It provides funding for border infrastructure and equipment. And it makes it a crime to transmit the location of law enforcement personnel at the border for the purpose of trying to defraud the immigration laws. And it also requires employers to verify the citizenship status, the immigration status of their employees using an E-Verify system. And all of those are things that we've been hearing about from the GOP for ages. But this bill also provides a pathway to citizenship for dreamers who came here as minors and have lived here for years in the shadows, unable to fulfill their lives, unable to become meaningful members of the workforce, to pay taxes. These people, these dreamers, need a pathway to citizenship. We have been talking about this for way too long. It gives good, law-abiding people an opportunity to pursue the American dream. The American dream, which, by the way, so many of our parents, grandparents, ancestors pursued. That's what this country is all about. There is absolutely no question about it. We need comprehensive immigration reform, and that means we have to bolster border security, and we have to ensure that law-abiding, tax-paying immigrants are treated with humanity and respect. We need enhanced infrastructure and funding for our Border Patrol agents to help enforce our laws and keep dangerous drugs off our streets. But we also need to strengthen those pathways to citizenship, which, by the way, will help build our workforce in critical industries and will boost our American economy. I have heard from employers, HR managers, manufacturers, and all sorts of businesses in my community that face workforce shortages. They want us to find ways to expand opportunities for legal immigration. Immigration reform is also a national security issue. Comprehensive immigration reform, as contemplated by the Dignity Act, would help us keep the drug dealers, terrorists, and the other bad guys out. The best way to get things done in Congress is something that we don't do nearly often enough. It's for Democrats and Republicans to work together. We know that. We all know that. We've seen it historically. As I said, we don't do nearly enough of that. I am so proud that the Dignity Act has broad bipartisan support, and I will continue to work to find ways that I can engage more of my friends across the aisle to support this common sense immigration reform. Let me be clear. Our country needs the Dignity Act. This bill will allow us to bring order back to the southern border. It will surge resources to help enforce our laws and to support border communities like El Paso and so many others. It will help take back power from those who seek to abuse and overrun our asylum system. And it will allow us to efficiently process those who are eligible for legal immigration and asylum. We must bring the bipartisan Dignity Act to the floor for a vote. It is the only truly bipartisan comprehensive immigration reform bill. We need to pass it, and I urge my colleagues in leadership to put aside partisan politics and consider the best interests of the American people. With that, I yield back.
Thank you so much, Representative Wild. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine if we came together and actually solved the most politically divisive issue facing our nation today, the American people would be incredibly relieved. They would be so grateful, and we could check this key issue off our list and move on to all of the other issues that our nation faces. I'd like to now introduce you to another wonderful colleague who is a co-sponsor of the Dignity Act, and that is Kathy Manning, who represents North Carolina.
I'd like to thank my, my dear friend, Representative Escobar, for yielding time to me, but also for her tireless work on this incredibly important issue. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the last time Congress passed comprehensive immigration reform was 1986. That was nearly 40 years ago, before laptop computers, before cell phones, before the internet became available to all. In so many ways, our economy and our need for workers has changed and grown. In fact, we have a workforce shortage at all skill levels, from farm and factory workers to nurses and physicians, to high-tech and other STEM workers. And even though we educate the best and the brightest of foreign students, we send them home to compete with us because there simply aren't enough visas to accommodate them. Our immigration system hasn't changed to accommodate our needs. It is hampering our economic growth. While other countries like Canada are encouraging immigration, we are allowing our partisan disputes to get in the way of creating a system that is in our own best interest. Even worse, we have failed to update our system to tackle the rapid growth of migrants fleeing persecution and hazardous conditions in their own countries and seeking to enter our country by claiming asylum at our southern border. As one of my hometown immigration attorneys recently wrote in our hometown newspaper, many of these people would come in other ways, seeking legal visas if we had visa categories that accommodated them. Despite record levels of people seeking refuge in our country, we have failed to pass legislation that would address this crisis. Our processes are inhumane, they're slow, and they simply don't work. Dreamers and asylum seekers deserve better. Border towns deserve better. Americans deserve better. And that's why I joined a bipartisan group of women in the House to work on serious immigration reform. Alongside my friends, Representatives Veronica Escobar and Maria Salazar, I was proud to help introduce the Dignity Act. This bill would finally address the country's workforce needs, strengthen the economy, provide pathways to citizenship for dreamers and asylum seekers, and secure the border. The Dignity Act finds common ground between Democratic and Republican immigration priorities. It's not perfect. There are things I love in the bill, and there are things I don't love. But if we don't find compromise and find common ground, we will never solve this challenge. The Dignity Act strikes the right balance. It offers tough but creative solutions to our nation's most pressing immigration challenges. Over the past few months, we've seen House Republicans spend an enormous amount of time on the House floor, in hearings, and frankly, on TV, talking about the border crisis and demanding action. And we've heard the administration call on Congress to pass legislation to address the border crisis as well as other immigration challenges. For weeks, a bipartisan group of senators have been working on legislation on an immigration deal. But the extreme House Republicans recently described that deal as dead on arrival even before the text of the bill was released. They didn't reject the deal because it was bad policy. They didn't know what the policy was. They rejected it because former President Trump told them to. He doesn't want a solution. He wants a border crisis that he can run on. And extreme Republicans are falling in line with him. They don't want a solution. They want a problem that will rile up their voters. This is shameful. Our country deserves better. Our country deserves real solutions. And that's why I'm here with my fellow Democratic co-leads of the Dignity Act to say, stop the whining and get to work. We all know the border issue needs to be addressed. We all know we have a workforce shortage. We all know we need an upgraded immigration system that works for all of us. And we've got a solution crafted right here in the House by Democrats and Republicans working together on a bipartisan basis. I call on my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join us in supporting the Dignity Act. Let's work together to solve this problem and build a stronger future for all.
Thank you so much, Ms. Manning. I so appreciate your powerful voice. Mr. Speaker, many of the sponsors of the bipartisan comprehensive immigration reform bill, the Dignity Act, are relatively new to Congress, including Ms. Skolton, who you heard from, Ms. Manning, who you heard from, and also the next colleague that I'd like to introduce you all to, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Eric Sorensen.
I want to thank Congresswoman Escobar for hosting our important discussion. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say that your home state of Texas is the only state that I've ever lived outside of my own home state of Illinois. So I have a soft spot for the Lone Star State. I stand here proud to co-sponsor the Dignity Act tonight, which is the only bipartisan comprehensive immigration reform bill that currently exists in the House of Representatives. This legislation is critical, and it does just what we need. It secures our border, it strengthens our economy, it creates an orderly and humane path to legal status for those who follow U.S. law, and it gives law enforcement the tools they need to stop the flow of fentanyl that is hurting and killing members of our families and our neighborhoods. Make no mistake, I'm deeply concerned with what's happening at the southern border, and it's now Congress's time to act. Since the moment I was sworn in, I've tried to work as hard as I can with both sides of the aisle to find solutions to complex problems. I've proposed legislation to increase the number of Customs and Border Protection officers that patrol our southern border. I've proposed legislation that would help identify the fentanyl that's coming into our country. And I found Republican colleagues, Republican friends, to come together because we need to work together. But unfortunately, House GOP leadership has rejected all of the bipartisan ideas. Now, I'm a believer that to get things done here in Congress, we need to listen to the perspectives of both sides. And in this Congress, the bipartisan path has been the only way that we have gotten results. That is how we've been able to fund the government, prevent a catastrophic debt default, pass a bill to lower taxes for businesses and working families. Now, we've tried the partisan-only path to solving the immigration and the border problem, but that does not work. Securing our border and fixing our immigration system must be done on a bipartisan basis. Now, there are members of Congress, especially my colleagues here on the floor right now, who want to solve the problem. But there are some in the House and the Senate GOP who want to strong-arm us, using the border as a political football in the ultimate display of gamesmanship. Just yesterday, a bipartisan group of senators released a plan to secure the border and fix our broken immigration system. This compromise proposal is aggressive about tackling the challenges that we see at the border without straying from our nation's core values. The Senate plan makes our country safer, it makes our border more secure, and it treats people fairly and humanely. But less than a day after its release, before most members have even had a chance to read it, House GOP leadership says it's dead on arrival in this House. Now, let's call it what it is. It's a display of inaction that puts politics in front of any solution. So the choice is clear. Do we choose to solve the problem in a bipartisan way? Or do we allow members across the aisle just to continue to refuse to consider the solution at all? The latter is not what the people sent us here to do. In my district, in central and northwestern Illinois, now my neighbors expect us to come here and solve problems, not to ignore them for political gain. I have families in my district who have an empty seat at their dinner table because they lost a loved one to fentanyl. And the House GOP's leadership response to that family is let's put the upcoming election in front of hurting families. That, Mr. Speaker, is as pathetic as it is selfish. But the good news is Speaker Johnson has another chance. He can work with us to put the Dignity Act up for a vote, to pass a bipartisan bill that will show the American people we're serious about solving this problem. I can think of a few other examples where Democrats and Republicans have come together on such a difficult topic to propose bipartisan legislation that will secure our border, reform our immigration system, and put us on a sustainable path to solving the issue. We can be the Congress to do it. We can create security for our nation and for the American people. So my ask, Speaker Johnson, give us the chance to do what we need. Bring the Dignity Act to the floor. Let us debate it. Let us vote on it. And let's work together to solve the problem. Thank you, and I yield back to Congresswoman Escobar.
Thank you so much, Representative Sorensen. I'm so grateful for your leadership and your support. You know, Mr. Speaker, there is a really diverse group of people, actually groups and organizations that support the Dignity Act, from the evangelical community to the American Chamber of Commerce to ABIC, the American Business Immigration Council. It is remarkable that once we put up our bill, our bipartisan bill, people from every corner of this country have been clamoring, asking us when it's coming to the floor, when will it get a vote, because they are in support. Someone who is also just an incredible leader here in Congress and a colleague, a classmate that I was elected to Congress with is another co-sponsor of the Dignity Act. And I'd now like to yield my time to the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Elissa Slotkin.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I came out today to address the issue that is just, we know, is on top of mind for so many Americans, immigration. And we find ourselves at this existential moment. As a nation of immigrants, where nearly every single one of us has our own immigration story to tell, we know in our bones that our immigration system is broken. It's not working for literally anyone. And when I mean anyone, I mean everyone. It's not working for our businesses who desperately need vetted immigrant labor. It's not working for the immigrants who are walking 1,000 miles in some cases to cross our border. It's not working for our border agents and for our customs and border folks who are trying to manage an astounding number of people coming over the border. It's not working for our communities who are having people bused to them. It's not working for the strain on those cities and the services. It's not working for anyone. So we can say with clarity and certainty that immigration in a nation of immigrants is broken. And there's blame enough to go around. Democrats, Republicans, multiple White Houses, multiple administrations. Congress plays a big part in this. Washington departments and agencies over many, many years have used this issue to play politics rather than actually doing anything about it. So finally, as you can see from the speeches here tonight, there is agreement that we have a problem, right? First step you can take to dealing with your problem is admitting you have a problem. But the fundamental question is, what are we going to now do about it? I'm a national security person by trade. I'm a CIA officer, a former Pentagon official. I did 3 tours in Iraq alongside the military. My whole life before I came to this body was about protecting the homeland from external threats. Not only that, but I come from Michigan. We're a border state, a northern border state. I was just at our border in Detroit this past week, where you get to see a healthy, functioning border and what it looks like. There is no greater responsibility for those of us who are elected to protect our citizens, and no greater responsibility to work on solutions that do just that. 2 months ago, in December, I thought we finally had gotten over a major hump. We were at a moment where Democrats and Republicans here in the White House, in the Senate, across the country, were all saying that we needed to work on immigration. The Speaker of the House, the Speaker of this body, wrote to President Biden personally saying that if the president wanted more things on Ukraine, it was, quote, dependent on enactment of transformative change to our nation's border security laws. His words. In the Senate, a group of Democrats and Republicans did what people pay them to do, what they actually expect them to do, which is sit in a room, negotiate, argue, debate over policy to deal with the extreme pressure on the border, and they came to a solution. Yesterday, we got our first look at what that proposal actually is. But no sooner was it out, is it now sailing down a river like a dumpster fire, being trashed by the very people who negotiated it, being trashed by the very people who asked for it, being trashed by the Speaker of the House who desperately said, I won't consider any future assistance without border security. No piece of legislation is ever perfect, but it does help us, this deal, curb who's coming in, get people working legally in our businesses like our farms, which desperately need that labor. And in the meantime, these people would be paying taxes, paying into Social Security, paying into Medicare. I can't understand why we continually refuse to take up bipartisan solutions, like the one that's being debated in the Senate and the one that we're presenting on today, the Dignity Act. Something to move the ball forward. I know that all of us are willing to work with anyone across the aisle on solutions, but you got to come to the table and acknowledge we have a problem and say you want to work on the solution. But just 2 months after the Speaker laid out this existential problem with border security, where he said, quote, what is happening at the border is nothing short of a catastrophe, and demanded immediate changes to the administration policy and to our laws, he has now reversed course, completely did a 180, changed his views that now we can't talk about the border. Why? Because former President Donald Trump told him to. He's out there saying, I'm in control of my caucus, whatever. If you have to say you're in control of your caucus, you're not in control of your caucus. Donald Trump told him he didn't like the bill. He told Mitch McConnell he didn't like the bill. And the thing that we've been working on as a healthy bipartisan negotiation falls apart in a day. Because Donald Trump wants to make ads about it. He wants to do political rallies about it. He wants to use it as a club against Joe Biden. He wants to use it for himself instead of doing what the country expects, which is dealing with the crisis at the border. And the leaders who were elected to protect their constituents are bowing to this pressure with barely a bat of the eye. It's embarrassing, actually. It's sad to watch, but definitely embarrassing. And another side of how toxic and ill our politics have become. I was trying to think about what would happen when I was a CIA officer or at the Pentagon if I had identified a real national security crisis, with facts, with data, had said this is a threat to our country, talked about it publicly, constantly came back to it to raise attention to this issue, and then refused to do anything about it. There is a term for this in the military. It's called dereliction of duty. It's a fireable offense. So the next time I hear one of my colleagues railing about the border, railing about the immigration, in the same breath that they're refusing to actually do anything about it, I'm going to remember that in other places other than this body, that's completely unacceptable, that it's a joke to care about something and then ignore it. Remember this, our colleagues had the chance to work on this issue. If they don't like that bill, come and talk to us about the Dignity Act. Come to the table to negotiate, but stop choosing yourself instead of your constituents and the safety of the country. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you so much, Ms. Slotkin, for those very powerful words. Mr. Speaker, she mentioned something that I think is so important to repeat. As I have been talking to colleagues on both sides of the aisle about the Dignity Act, as they have pointed out things they don't like or things that they consider imperfect, I've said two things in response. Please give me a suggestion on how you would change whatever provision it is that you don't like, and how you would accomplish that in a bipartisan way. That's the first thing I say. The second thing I say is, if this bipartisan bill that to date has about 30 bipartisan co-sponsors, a really great coalition of bipartisan support, if this isn't the bipartisan immigration bill you like, I'd be happy to look at yours. So if folks don't like this bill, they can either introduce their own after working hard to produce a bipartisan product like we did, or they can even offer suggestions on provisions they'd like to see changed, as long as those changes reflect the bipartisan compromise that we worked so hard to create in this bill. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield to my colleague from Pennsylvania, who was just in my district and in my hometown this weekend, Chrissy Houlihan.
Thank you, and thank you to the Speaker, and thank you, Representative Escobar, for not only yielding your time, but to also for welcoming me and many others to your community just a few days ago. Last week, I had the opportunity to visit our southern border by way of El Paso, and this was my second time to the border. And very similar to the op-ed that I published in Newsweek earlier today, I'd like to share a little bit of my reaction to this very important and eye-opening congressional delegation that I was able to participate in. If you're a Pennsylvanian, like I am, you know that we just observed Groundhog Day, and Puxatawny Phil didn't see his shadow, so we can all expect an early spring. At our country's southwest border, it feels like every day is Groundhog Day. Like so many Americans, I'm a combination of angry and frustrated and heartbroken by what continues to happen there day after day and year after year and decade after decade. We know that our immigration policies have to align with the shared values of our country. We are a country that is built primarily by immigrants, and we must welcome new arrivals compassionately while also protecting and securing our safety and our economy. My community is indeed thousands of miles away from the southern border in the suburbs of Philadelphia, and we face unique challenges every day regarding immigration. But what is not unique about my community, indeed about every community, is that we have felt the impact in some way of our fractured and broken immigration system. My visit to the southern border last week was not my first. Previously, I had the opportunity to go to Brownsville, Texas, and these trips have taught me that our system is broken, but indeed can be repaired. I've seen the efforts firsthand of important changes that Congress here has made and implemented since my first visit. Gone are the dehumanizing cages and the literal smell of humanity. In their place is a clean and dignified environment centered on the health and the well-being of the migrants and of the incredibly dedicated Americans who work on behalf of our country. There is still clearly an enormous amount of work that needs to be done to secure our border with enhanced processes, more staffing, better systems, but the difference is palpable. Most significantly, though, what has not been improved is the volume of migrants and the fact that there is still no other path than this desperate one for people who seek a better life in this vibrant and healthy economy. We don't need more of the same expensive Band-Aids, but rather we need real reform with more legal pathways to come here and to participate in our nation's next 250 years. I am committed to bipartisanship and to securing our border, and I am asking the very same of Congress. Specifically, I'm asking the very same of our Speaker. The message that I want to share today is this: our Republican leadership in Congress needs to commit to bringing bipartisan immigration reform bills like Veronica Escobar's Bipartisan Dignity Act to the floor for a vote, and now. As an example, here's what the Dignity Act would do. Number one, it would provide more money for CBP and border infrastructure to prevent illegal immigration. Number two, it would require employers to verify the immigration status of workers and to ensure that they are here lawfully. Number three, it would provide a pathway to citizenship for dreamers who are the children of immigrants who came here when they were very young. And number four, it would establish a path to permanent residency status for eligible individuals without lawful immigration status who meet various requirements, including paying into a fund to provide training for U.S. workers. Let us pause and think about what I've just shared. Policies the vast, vast majority of Americans agree on. If we, as a Congress, are not passing legislation that the vast, vast majority of Americans agree on, I truly believe, as my colleague Representative Alyssa Slotkin mentioned, we are a derelict of our duty. Efforts like the Senate bipartisan bill that was just introduced yesterday must also be considered and must also be voted on. And while I'm still reading through the details of the 370-page bill, I'm encouraged by the very summary that I've seen. While the path forward on immigration reform will likely not be straightforward, this much is true. We must reach a compromise with real solutions to this complex conversation and issue right now. So again, I'm calling on our Speaker, Speaker Johnson, to change his deeply cynical position that, quote, now is not the time for immigration reform. I couldn't disagree more. Most people in most communities across America couldn't disagree more. No solution will be perfect, but we cannot let that keep us from making progress for both the American people and for those who seek refuge here. Not too long ago, it was indeed my own family seeking shelter. My father and my grandmother survived the Holocaust. They left war-torn Poland after World War II, and they sought a better way of life here in the United States. I saw my young dad and my grandmother in the eyes of frightened and desperate and hopeful migrants that I was able to meet last week. One small family unit in particular struck me. He was a young man of probably no more than 20 years old, with his beautiful curly-headed toddler who reminded me of my youngest child. He told me about traffickers taking pictures of his son to intimidate and extort the father into conformance with their threats and their demands. We can do better. A lot has changed since my own father and my grandmother took a ship across the Atlantic Ocean to New York City, and our immigration laws must also change as well. So I honor the souls, both migrant and American, whose lives collide with each other every day at our borders. And I again urge Republican leadership to bring a bipartisan border bill to the House floor. We must seek the hope of fresh opportunities. The shadows that burden us must all be lifted. That is possible, but only if we here in Congress understand that this nation depends on us to act and to act now. With that, I encourage all of my colleagues to support the bipartisan immigration reform, and I yield back to Representative Escobar. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Houlihan. Mr. Speaker, I am so proud of my colleagues and so incredibly honored and privileged to be working alongside with them toward this very noble purpose. I'm so proud and honored of my Republican colleagues as well who are on this bill. It is a strange thing to say, but it actually takes a lot of courage for people to compromise in this place. The U.S. Congress today, unfortunately, is in some ways set up to ensure that our divisions are even more deeply rooted and that the chasm between us is made even greater. It really is up to each and every one of us to build a bridge over that chasm and to find that pathway toward unity and to focus really on areas of agreement instead of areas of disagreement. It's what the American people want. It's what the American people deserve. A couple of my colleagues mentioned the trip to El Paso last weekend. Since I was elected to Congress, my first year in 2019, I brought over 25% of Congress. That number is probably even higher now to El Paso. I invite you and others to join me. The trips are really insightful. We don't just talk to Border Patrol agents. We actually do a very holistic evaluation and have robust conversations with everyone that a broken system touches. It helps put into perspective how complex the solution really is and how unacceptable it is that we've gone so long without addressing this solution. I'm going to close with this, Mr. Speaker, because my colleagues have done such an effective job of advocating for this bipartisan compromise. I mentioned just a little bit ago the large number of supporting organizations that have come to us and told us they want to help. They want to see this bill get to the floor. They want a solution. And the organizations range from left-leaning to right-leaning and everything in between. But last week I had the opportunity to speak to the Power and Communication Contractors Association, a group that came to Washington specifically to advocate for the Dignity Act. This is not a group I reached out to. This is not a group that any of us called and invited to DC. They heard about the bill. They shared it among each other. They are a trade organization that is trying to install broadband across this country, especially in rural areas, but they are meeting up against workforce shortages. When they learned of the Dignity Act, they reached out to me. They asked me to speak to their group. I visited with them last week in the evening after a long day here on Capitol Hill. And they gave me such inspiration. If regular Americans who are just trying to do their job are coming to DC to beg us to do ours, something is very wrong, but something is also very right. That means the American people are finally demanding of us that we do our job. I'd be remiss if I didn't say this. My party should have worked to compromise a long time ago. The colleagues of mine on the other side of the aisle today are refusing to compromise. They keep pointing to their bill, H.R. 2. They keep saying this is the solution. I can tell you it is not. A fundamental component to H.R. 2, something that is rarely talked about, but fundamental to H.R. 2 is that Mexico be willing to accept every migrant the U.S. decides to expel. That's never happened, nor will it ever happen. So H.R. 2 is not realistic. But House Democrats who are holding on to the perfect, they're not realistic either. Let's come together. Let's fix this once and for all. Let's get to work, bring this to the floor. Let's put everyone to the test. Do we want a solution or do we not? On behalf of my colleagues and the millions of Americans who are ready for this vote, let's get this done. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to highlight this very important bill, and I yield back my time.
Gentlewoman yields. What purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at noon tomorrow.
Without objection. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, February is Career and Technical Education Month. I join the nation in commending all the educators who play a vital role in preparing America's students for prosperity in the 21st century economy. However, there's often a disconnect between the curriculum taught at schools and the skills required for in-demand jobs. There are currently 9 million unfilled jobs in the United States, and job creators are struggling to find qualified workers. Career and technical education programs offer a practical solution to bridge this skills gap. These programs offer students hands-on experience and skills that will allow them to excel in the workforce. By equipping students with the competencies they need to be successful on the job, career and technical education programs give participants an invaluable head start. Building a strong, skilled workforce is a national priority. Now is the time to strengthen career and technical education. Mr. Speaker, last week, the Committee on Education and the Workforce advanced the College Cost Reduction Act, CCRA, a landmark bill that will lower the cost of post-secondary education and provide much-needed relief for countless students and families. For too long, colleges have been given free rein to charge exorbitant tuition for degrees without a worthwhile economic benefit. This legislation will ensure that that is no longer the case. But don't take my word for it. Preston Cooper from the Foundation for Research on Equal Opportunity, FREOP, states, the College Cost Reduction Act would hold colleges and universities financially responsible for unpaid federal student loans while delivering direct aid to institutions with low prices and strong student outcomes. Cooper notes the key provisions of the bill would save billions while lowering tuition costs. Those include loan repayment assistance. The bill pares down the confusing array of federal student loan repayment plans to two: a standard mortgage-style plan and an income-driven repayment plan. Student loan risk sharing. Colleges, rather than students, are responsible for the cost of repayment assistance. Schools will be required to compensate the government for a portion of the forgiven unpaid interest associated with their former students. Performance bonus. Schools may be eligible for new direct payments from the federal government known as promise grants. These payments are determined by a formula that rewards colleges for low-income student enrollment, high graduation rates, low tuition prices, and strong graduate earnings outcomes. Loan limits. The bill caps aggregate student loan limits at $50,000 for undergraduate students, $100,000 for graduate students, and $150,000 for students in graduate professional programs. Maximum price guarantee. Colleges must guarantee that the net tuition that students pay in their first year will not increase in subsequent years for as long as the student is enrolled at the institution. College is an investment for families, and they should know that graduates are receiving a financial return. As such, the centerpiece of this legislation builds off of the Bipartisan Workforce Pell Act and measures the return on investment of college programs by comparing the ratio of the total price students were charged relative to the value-added earnings graduates receive from their degree. Not only does this metric provide a sector-neutral way to assess whether students are better or worse off for enrolling in a given program, but provides a measure to which institutions can be held financially responsible or financially rewarded for the outcomes of their students. This means that, among other actions, institutions can reduce or eliminate their risk-sharing penalties by lowering their price, and in doing so, can become eligible for additional performance-based funding, like promise grants, that require that, at a minimum, the total price paid by students is at least equal to the value-added earnings of graduates. For example, Preston Cooper's analysis of the CCRA highlights several institutions who are promoting economic mobility and would benefit substantially under this legislation. The State Technical College of Missouri, which could receive millions in flexible performance-based promise funding. In fact, Cooper's analysis finds that almost 90% of community colleges would financially benefit under the bill after accounting for risk sharing and promise grants. Most importantly, the bill benefits students by ensuring that, as a condition of receiving promise grants, institutions would provide students an upfront guaranteed price for their entire degree program. This means that for up to a maximum of 6 years, colleges would lock in students' tuition, making it far easier to budget needed resources and also to weigh the cost of post-secondary education against perceived future benefits, such as their value-added earnings. Policy experts across post-secondary education agree that the CCRA will help lower college costs. Here's what others are saying about it. Andrew Gillen of the Texas Public Policy Foundation. Much is in the College Cost Reduction Act, but the most important changes revolve around transparency, financial aid reforms, deregulation, and accountability. Overall, the College Cost Reduction Act would be a dramatic improvement for higher education. Michael Brickman of the American Enterprise Institute, the College Cost Reduction Act provides the first substantive and comprehensive proposal in years to reform the way colleges and universities are funded and held accountable. There's a lot to like. And finally, Beth Akers of the American Enterprise Institute. The College Cost Reduction Act represents the largest, serious, and comprehensive higher education reform package in decades, and in theory has plenty of bipartisan appeal. Everyone can agree that college is too expensive and a temporary Band-Aid like one-time loan bailouts simply won't cut it. The College Cost Reduction Act is a promise from this Congress to the next generation of students that we are pursuing lasting solutions to the value problem in post-secondary education. It's also a promise to taxpayers that they will no longer be forced to pay for someone else's debt. You don't have to take our word for it, though. Go listen to and read the mounds of evidence in support of the CCRA. I'm proud of the work of the committee to advance this bill, and I look forward to a robust debate upon it reaching the House floor. With that, I yield the balance of my time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, until 10 p.m. Hopefully before that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It'll be 10. I appreciate the time here tonight to talk about an extremely important project, really a tragedy that's happening in the very northern part of my district, as well as my colleague, Cliff Mentz, who's with me here tonight as well. Talking about the Klamath River, the hydroelectric dams that have been around for at least 60 to 100 years, providing low-cost, reliable hydroelectric power for many, many residents, up to 70,000 homes worth. And now we see the initiation of the destruction of these dams due to filling out the dreams or what have you of a handful of environmental groups that have enlisted efforts up there to destroy these dams, ostensibly to establish a fish population on what is known to be a very warm lake with a lot of phosphate in it on a warm river. Indeed, some of the things that had happened to make this system up there work was an original reef up in the area there was blown up, and a pathway was carved so that the water that would never have gone down the river now does go down the river over 100 years ago. So there's a lot of facts we can point at here that show that this system has actually benefited the river as well as agriculture and hydroelectric power in the area. And so now we see at a time where there's this major push in this country, in my home state of California, to electrify, just about everything: electric vehicles, electric stoves, electric appliances, electric yard equipment, leaf blowers, lawn mowers, everything. They think we're going to electrify all that at the same time as we're destroying the ability to generate electricity and to deliver it, especially in my home state, with these dams being removed, as well as precariously the nuclear power plant, Diablo Canyon. They gave it just a 5-year extension recently. That's 9%. So it's a lot of hypocrisy, talking out of both sides of their mouth, really, on the issue. So the area we represent, me and Mr. Bentz, will be deeply affected negatively by this, of these removals. My side of the California-Oregon line has 3 of the dams, and Mr. Bentz represents the area that has the one largest dam, the J.C. Boyle. And so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bentz here to talk about some of the effects he's seeing in his district, and as well as what that means for agriculture and other things. Thank you, Cliff, for joining me.
Thank you, Congressman LaMalfa, for allowing me time to address this important issue. The destruction of the Klamath Dams is a classic case of misdiagnosing the problem and then applying the wrong remedy. Destroying the dams on the Klamath will not save the salmon. Returning more river habitat to its natural state will not save the salmon. Stealing all the water from farmers and ranchers and putting it in stream will not save the salmon. Why not? Because the main problem facing salmon is not the dams. The main problem facing salmon are the conditions salmon face in the ocean. There may be someday a modest benefit to these fish after the dams have been removed and when millions upon millions of tax dollars are spent on habitat recovery. But these misplaced efforts will not bring fish runs back. And whatever the modest improvement might be, it will not be worth the loss of the clean electrical power that has been created by these dams. And certainly the few additional fish that return will not justify the increased flows of water taken from the farmers. Why? Because, again, habitat is not the issue. There are hundreds of miles of unused habitat, and the volume of water is not the issue. For the past 20 years, water flows using water taken from farmers exceeded that which would have been available in the Klamath River under normal conditions. And despite this additional water, the fish have not recovered. Again, the problems facing the fish need to be solved are found in the ocean. If further evidence of this is needed, look at what has happened on the Elwha River in Washington state. 2 dams were removed over 10 years ago, and there's still been no increase in fish. But who is it really that bears the brunt of the damage occurring as a result of the destruction of these 4 dams? Who is it that actually suffers? First and foremost, the fish. They're the real losers in this entire misdirected exercise. The National Marine Fisheries Service is being derelict in its duty to study and then protect salmon against the challenges they face in the sea. Secondly, the farmers found in the Klamath Basin. These people are truly bearing the cost of shutting down and now removing these dams. First came the loss of the low-cost electrical power generated by the 4 dams that made possible movement of massive volumes of irrigation and bird refuge water across the basin. Then came the taking of the farmers' water to flush fish down the river to the sea, and now the stealing of even more of the farmers' water to clean up by flushing to the ocean. A huge portion of the 20 million cubic yards of silt and mud left from destruction of the dams. But it is the total loss of the value of the farmers' land, much of it being farmed now by 3rd and 4th generation family members, that is the real and unforgivable travesty. This inequitable and unjust consequence of the imposition of the ESA, the Endangered Species Act, must be and will be addressed in my subcommittee and Congressman LaMalfa's on natural resources. The third problem we face is the millions of costs in dollars by the electrical ratepayers and taxpayers of Oregon, California, and the nation. Remember, the dams are private property. There's a tax adjustment somewhere on the books of PacifiCorp that I'm guessing is in the numerous millions. Finally, the millions upon millions of wildfowl that once used the Klamath Refuge as an important part of the Pacific Flyway can't. They will not have the thousands of acres of water that once upon a time supplied these birds with clean water delivered by dam-driven electrical pumps. There are many more victims of removal, but time does not permit further discussion. Sadly, the one predictable thing that's going to emerge from this billion-dollar exercise is in self-destruction will be the conclusion, the ultimate conclusion, that the salmon's most challenging existential issue are ocean, trawler, and predation-based. But these obvious and inconvenient facts will not be accepted until every drop of water has been wrung out of every farm and ranch in the Klamath, taking with it the livelihoods of farmers and ranchers and cities in the upper reaches of that basin. The spotted owl debacle was the last time this many thousands of people and businesses were sacrificed up on the altar of flawed science. The last time the ESA ruined this many people's lives, it was loggers and their communities This time it's the ranchers and farmers who, according to courts, bureaucrats, and environmentalists, are expendable. I assure you they are not. Thank you, Mr. LaMalfa. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Bentz, for your time and your leadership on your side of the line up there. Indeed, it's good to work together and spotlight and fight the fight on this, because indeed it will not help the people in the area who have largely been not listened to. When seminars are held up there, they're excluded unless they're shown to be willing to go along with this, which is tragic and unjust. So what you see here pictured is one of the still existing dams. One is gone. This is one of the remaining Copco dams, as well as the Boyle up north of it a little more, and then Iron Gate farther south. So you can already see that what they call it dewatering, when they've drained the lake behind that. You can see, maybe hard on this camera here, but there's this black plume of muck and crud that are on either side of the dam as the lake was drained. 80, 100 years worth of silt have built up. And so now you see that building up all through the system of the Klamath River, the area they claim to be saving and making as a salmon habitat. This here, it's not an impressionist painting here. This actually is a blown up photograph of how the river looks presently. It's this black rolling, basically black water. And I'm not talking about the Doobie Brothers song either. It's not that positive. This is a very ugly situation, full of sediment, full of algae and other things that have been sitting at the bottom of the lake for a long time. And so wherever this makes its way down to the plume, which is at least 130 miles now, 130 miles of the Klamath River, looks like this. And what it's done to the wildlife in the area, the fish or the wildlife that would come down to the water and drink from it, the fish kills on this are just appalling. Again, what we're talking about is the whole effort to ostensibly save fish and create a habitat for them. You can see here in this photo, this is the main stem of the river. This is a tributary filling in here. This water is still, it's off-colored a little bit because it's wintertime flows, but you can see that greenish, bluish color there. This is the brown and black stuff that is coming down the main stem where they've done the work already. It's appalling. It's unbelievable. Yet what do we hear from the authorities on this? From Fish and Game and the Klamath KRC, as it's known, the Shell Corporation that was created in order to take the liability of that. Well, at least the FERC, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, ruled that the Shell Corporation did not have the financial wherewithal to endure what was going to be the full aspect of the possible cost of this. $450 million have been put together, more or less, to do all this work. $250 from the taxpayers of California as part of a so-called water bond, and $200 million from the ratepayers of PacifiCorp, mostly in Oregon, have kicked in extra money in their monthly bill to pay for this. Well, they're expecting cost overruns on something of this magnitude. So the state of California and state of Oregon had to come in basically with a line of credit backing this up. So the taxpayers are going to be on the hook for even more as more and more of the disaster is unleashed upon the whole Klamath system here. And here's the tragedy right here, all right? As I was starting to mention, the entities involved, the Fish and Game, the KRC, on one hand, they're saying this loss of wildlife. Right here in this photograph is 3 deer that went out there to drink and got caught in the muck and have basically died this miserable death because they couldn't extract themselves from that. A couple of them, Fish and Game, came out and finally just shot because they didn't have the facilities to go out and rescue these animals. And so this is the cost here. This is the cost. Now, they're claiming on one hand, well, this was unforeseen. How can it be unforeseen if you have a plan here? You say you have a plan. Well, everybody starts out with a plan, right? And this isn't going according to plan. Then on the other hand, the same groups will tell you like, well, it was foreseen that a lot of the yellow perch and other things would be casualties in this, will be collateral damage. So indeed, they tell us they have a plan. But if you're a farmer in the area, and you accidentally trap one of these threatened or endangered fish, happen to get into your stream there, even though you have fish screens and this and that in order to go out and water your crops, they come down on you like you're a felon. So you lose one fish and everybody loses their minds over that. But this is an acceptable damage here. This is acceptable to them because the agenda really is about the removal of the dams. It isn't so much about the fish, because you're going to find in the long term this is not going to work out. So this tragedy you're seeing, this is really, really hurting, obviously, the wildlife, but also really the mental effects to the people that live there, to see and hear these deer bawling out there just outside their homes they have on the Copco Lake area and such. Here we have some more of the collateral damage. You can see scattered through here some of the dead fish along the shore there. I mean, this stuff is so nasty that they can't breathe very long on that. So as soon as that plume hits them, as soon as it hits the whole 200 miles of this river all the way out to the ocean, to the mouth of the Klamath, it's all going to be a killing habitat for them, okay? And so how long will it take for all this silt? Folks involved estimate 6 to 7 million cubic yards. I think the number is going to be more like 20 million cubic yards, because when you look at some of the other photos there is still a lot of residual silt and stuff built up on the banks that has not been swept out by that initial volley of what's been when they blast the holes in the bottom of the dam where they had the original drains in construction. There is much more silt to still affect this system. And guess what? These folks are running on guesses. A lot of this has been based on somebody's term paper a long time ago. When we've had these discussions with folks, they just gloss over the silt. So is it really about saving fish, or is it about collecting 4 of these trophies as they brag on and on about this being the largest dam removal project in the history of the country? And then they'll have more on the list. They have more targets. It's dominoes. The whole extremists of this environmental movement want to continue to topple dams. My colleagues up in Washington, they're seeing this discussion happening right now in the Snake River. As Mr. Bentz mentioned, the Elwha has already been done, yet they're not seeing a recovered population of fish. Right now, we're wiping out the population of fish in there. How long will it take for all that silt to transition out 200 miles worth of a river? How many years? The life cycle of the coho salmon is about 3 years. So will they be able to hold off for 3 years out in the ocean, or will they come back up and try to spawn? And therefore, once the entire life cycle is wiped out, then you don't have that fish anymore. So the flaw in the thinking is indeed this is more about politics. It's political science, not actual science. And these folks are hell-bent on removing a lot of infrastructure in this country, in Oregon, in California, because they see this as a sign of progress. We need to build more water storage in California. We need to have more projects that store the mass amounts of water that right now are escaping to the Pacific Ocean and our so-called atmospheric rivers that are occurring. You know, now we're rating them on a number system like you do hurricanes, a 1 through 5 AR. You know, what used to be a big storm or a tropical, you know, a Pineapple Express. Now they have a scientific name in order to scare the public with it. Yes, the conditions are serious. We have high winds right now and a lot of water, but it's also partly a manipulation by government in order to exercise more control over the water supply, the infrastructure, and keep people in just a little bit more fear. So again, more of the fish they purport to be saving and preserving and trying to build a population of is for how many years going to be damaged and destroyed by the destruction of just one dam so far. One of the 4 is the one that was only one, has been completely destroyed. Others, again, they've started draining from the bottom there, and that's where all this material is coming from. So it is indeed unscientific and much more about power and politics. Over here, a little farther away from me, you see many dead fish laying on the shoreline here, all through here. Probably 40 in this picture, if it's discernible enough on the camera there. And so this is the same all the way up and down, so far about 130 miles of river. Are we really doing any good here? Well, politically, I guess we are. But as far as being real on helping species. I hope this is a case study because there's very few silver linings that we can find coming out of this here. The loss of the hydroelectric power, the loss of the locals there. I haven't even hardly touched on the infrastructure damage locally there, because with the drainage just so far of these lakes, people are losing their groundwater wells that have been supported by this water supply. We have wells drying up. We have roads, the roads that were all on the edge. You're having sloughing now where the roads, you can see a big crack like an earthquake hit it and split it down the middle. That's sloughing off down there. And the KRC, as well as FERC overseeing them supposedly, are supposed to be mitigating this. And so far the mitigation fund has disappeared. It's gone. It's not that they spent the money. We can't find the money, or you can't find anybody to talk to. There's no 1-800 number for people to talk about these damages. People's homes. One lady we're talking to, her home up on the hillside used to overlook beautiful Copco Lake, now overlooking the mud flats there. It's subject to slippage as well. And there's folks with big mortgages there still, payments, and also they have to still pay their taxes. And they're not going to be able to recoup the cost of any of this because now property values have been basically destroyed with the dams. What are they supposed to do? KRC, FERC, they're not coming back in, and indeed they're reneging on some of the things that were agreed to with FERC as part of this plan. Indeed, it isn't a plan. It's political science forced upon these folks. It feels like the people of Siskiyou County and that region up there, every time there's some great idea in Sacramento on species, on conservation, they're being subject to it. When I say great idea facetiously, because these are folks who have been up there, in some cases 6 and 7 generations, producing for all of us, producing the food on your table, helping to be part of the process of producing electricity to keep your lights on. All they want to do is do it honorably and do it well. They're not, these aren't drug dealers. These aren't people doing bad things. These are people trying to produce things that people need, Americans need. And they're made to feel like criminals. They're made to feel like subjects. They're made to feel like constant victims because of some idea coming out of an urban area, coming out of somebody wanting to say, "Oh, let's conserve wolves now. Let's introduce wolves to the area, and we can wipe out the cattle growers that way." So it's not a success so far. They say, "Well, that's still to come. It'll be better later." How many years is this going to take? How many fish generations are going to be wiped out to do this? And as Mr. Bentz was saying, at what cost? Because this is still not an ideal river. This river was actually modified to make the flows happen down the river where it used to go to a different zone where had been a refuge. It was an amazing area for ducks and other wildlife, the Lost River. And so we've lost a lot with this. People actually can do good things, and there is a balance before government steps in at the behest of environmentalists and the environmental groups that are manipulating some of our folks in the tribal community up there to be part of this. So here, symbolically, this single dead fish, the thing that supposedly we're trying to save, is being wiped out. A $450 million initial price tag, the loss of the electric power, the loss of the people locally, of their water supply, their roads, the infrastructure, as the people destroying the dams are driving hell-bent all over this place with equipment much heavier than the roads can handle. And there's no plan. KRC is reneging on what they told Federal Energy Regulatory Commission they would do. So we need to hold their feet to the fire on that. But in that the 3 dams are still existing there, I have this crazy idea, why don't we just leave them alone? Because we've seen just a microcosm, just a taste of how bad it's going to be for the habitat and the destruction that they're causing by the destruction of the dams. But we're at a point right now that the environmental groups have a chokehold on Sacramento, much of Washington, D.C., the court system, liberal judges that have been appointed that don't listen to anybody, they don't listen to science. They instead listen to a handful of folks and don't look at the balance of what it means to the entire community up there and other places around the country. I only hope that maybe the Supreme Court rulings on some other decisions will help put balance back into the argument on how extreme either Clean Water Act has been abused, Endangered Species Act, and other code and other things that have been really not codified by Congress, but given broad powers to these agencies to do as they see fit. What's called the Chevron decision in the Supreme Court will be looked at pretty soon in order to reevaluate. Just because a federal agency rules it a certain way doesn't mean they're necessarily infallible. These are human beings too, with biases, and the way you see so many things politicized these days. How are we to trust them even more, especially when just common sense and science is showing that this ain't working? It certainly doesn't work for people. It certainly doesn't work for those that are providing. So where is the mitigation fund to help the folks? FERC needs to be helping answer that question, because KRRC, the shell corporation that was created out of thin air so the utility could leave town and not have the liability, instead the liability put into a shell corporation. And once that money runs out, the $450 million taken from taxpayers via the bond and ratepayers from PacifiCorp, and it will run out. They wasted the first 40 or 50 million just talking about and planning for it. Where does it go from there? The people of the state of California and Oregon will have to follow up with the disaster that will undoubtedly be seen after this, with more money out of their pockets for something that, at the end of the day, was created by their actions. When this system was put in with the Klamath Project, which was dedicated to returning World War I veterans, to foster agriculture in an area, and indeed it was amazing agriculture as long as it lasted, the water flows that come down the Klamath wouldn't even be possible without some of that work that was done. A lot of that water would be lost to basins where, again, it was good for other wildlife, but that water wouldn't be regulatable or getting down the river, so you would have the luxury of year-round water flow to meet these demands of flush flows for fish during certain times of year or for rituals farther down the river. We don't have the luxury for that. So the Klamath Lake is tied into that, the Klamath Project is tied into that, and the benefit of having hydroelectric power, which is the greenest, cleanest, and most available base load power you could get. And we're seeing that slowly being destructed right now. They want to have it done before the end of the year, probably because maybe there'll be a change this coming election, and maybe there would be something to forestall more of this destruction, more of this nonsense. But if they complete it here, they will keep looking other places. They'll keep looking at the Snake River up there in Washington, another dam over in Mendocino County there, which many people rely on in order to supply water to agricultural crops and give flexibility to the system there. They're not going to stop here. They're not going to stop here. So the timeline, again, they hope to have it accomplished by September, but they're going to run into some problems with that as well, with the destruction, just on logistics. We're basing this, again, on unproven science. Salmon populations in other places where dams have been destroyed have not rebounded like they would. So what's the bang for the buck on this? As Mr. Bentz was talking about, how much is happening downriver out in the ocean to affect these fish populations that has nothing to do with what a farmer might be doing who might accidentally get a fish. They've paid plenty of money and done a lot of effort to put fish screens on their intakes or destroying these dams. You're not getting the bang for the buck. People have a part of this too. People are part of the ecology. Hydroelectric power is a beautiful thing. And so this discussion isn't over by any stretch, because they're going to be hell-bent on keeping on doing this and destroying the livelihoods, the economy, and the good that has been up in this area along the Klamath stem. And now, instead, as I've shown you tonight, the destruction, the pollution has come from unleashing this. So with that, Mr. Speaker, we'll be back. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at noon.